time together. Can you give yourselves a round of applause? A round of applause. All right. So my name is Linda, and I'll be your host for this session. It's such a great pleasure to meet every one of you. So we have an exciting lineup for today. Right, we're going to have a good time. We're going to explore innovation, entrepreneurship, opportunity, talent development, and we're going to talk about the role technology plays in shaping our future. All right, so we're going to be moving very quickly to the first panel session. All right, so when they say that age is just a number, this session proves it. All right, so I'll be introducing the high school representatives to talk about big ideas, young minds, and solving real problems with technology. All right, the first school I'd like to recognize is Irereku Community Junior High School. A round of applause for yourselves. Vivian Fowler Memorial College for Girls. So my sincere apologies, I got it mixed up. So I'd like to recognize our ladies of Apostle Secondary School. A round of applause for yourselves. I am so sorry. All right, so I'm sure we're all prepared. We have everything, So I'd like to invite the high school representatives to come forward. Do we have them here? Can I see your hands? All right, a round of applause. Please come forward. From Irereku. All right, thank you. Please come forward. Okay, what's your name? Thank you. What's your name?
Goodness.
All right, what about you?
Chukuma Caroline.
All right, so kindly have your seats. Let me get this. So please have your seats. All right. All right, thank you very much. So the topic for this is big ideas, young minds, solving real problems with technology. All right, can we go ahead?
Okay. No. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ajay Oluwatomlola, and I'll be moderating this session. As you've been told, it's the topic Big Ideas, Young Minds Solving Real Problems with Technology. And I'm here with two beautiful ladies from two prestigious schools, secondary schools, I believe. Yeah, and I would want you to introduce yourself and your school.
My name is Goodness. I came from Ireko Community Junior High School.
I'm Caroline Chukuma, coming from Our Lady of Apostle Secondary School.
Well, you're welcome. So I'd like to proceed with the program. The future of Africa technology economy is not coming, it's already in the room. As we can see, we have brilliant minds seated amongst with us, ladies, young ladies, and future generation of Nigeria. The students on this panel represent two schools with distinct relationship with technology, but they share something more important than any of that. They grew up and are still growing up in this problem that Africa's technology sector is trying to solve. They are not reading about the digital divide. They are living on the other side of it. They are not theorizing about what AI will do to their generation, but they are generating what it will actually become. All right. So this session, I would like to ask a very good question. a very brief question to each of our audience. So hold on. So I have the first question for you from the lady of our apostle. So you're a young woman in Nigeria in 2026. And I want to ask you, what is the problem in your daily life? What would you consider a problem in your daily life as a student?
As a student in the modern society, I would say one of the problem most common to me and to everyone in general, I would say is electricity. Because Nigeria in general is known for its electricity power outage, and we don't have enough electricity. And the problem with that is we need electricity for productivity. We need it for work. And in the modern growth of digital age, you would need technology and electricity to power so many things, so many work, so many activities that would increase the productivity and the overall economy in our society. So one of the problems I face now is the power outage. We don't have enough electricity. And concerning this, we have been given generators now to power our electricities. But the problem with that is that fuel is also expensive. So my solution to that would be I would love if we have mind we have a mind that can create, let's say, gas powered generators, solar power generators, things that actually make a change in the society concerning electricity and prices of fuel. Thank you.
Thank you. Please a round of applause for her. All right. So for the next school, I have a question for you as well. You're a student at a school that has pronounced and produced remarkable women for decades. But remarkable women still face reality problems, real problems. What is this problem that you see in the world around you that makes you think someone needs to build a solution around this? And mean anybody, even someone your age.
Okay, I would say lack of education, learning materials.
All right.
Why I say so because many people did not have access to learning materials. Like some schools did not have school labs, chemistry lab, and all these labs. So I would say that the solution to it is that the government people should provide the learning materials for students to able to have access to it and give them free open minds to use it. Like give them access to it.
Right. Yes. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, please. All right. So I have another question for you from our lady. So if technology could change one thing about what it means to grow up as a young woman in Nigeria, just one thing, what would that thing be and why?
On a personal opinion,
Yeah.
I would say that technology, or in relation to social media platforms like
Okay.
TikTok, Instagram, and all those things, I feel technology should restrict false stereotypes of women in the present society. Because as a young girl growing up in any
Yeah.
country, but here primarily in Nigeria, you would find you would have to look up to people, role models, your parents, the internet, the phone, to see examples you would use and you would utilize to grow up and become a better version of yourself.
Yeah.
And with the introduction of digital assistants in the present, especially us as Gen Z, the TikTok generation, you find us using these platforms really well. And the presence of all these stereotypes and of a young woman in society could be really harmful in the mindset of females. So I feel there should be a restriction to all these things to produce more naturally able and free women in society.
Oh,
Yes,
thank you
thank you.
so much. A round of applause for her, please. That was really enlightening. All right, so I have a question for you as well. So, what do you think about the use of AI in today's world, and how does it affect you as a young child?
Okay, I would say as a female student,
Yeah.
use of AI and all this internet access really builds our educational skills,
Yeah.
help us know more about the lives and be creativity. Like we should know, explore the world.
Yeah.
And I think they should, as a female student, we should, instead of looking into the social media like TikTok and anything and be spoiled through it, instead we should use it and also get impact
Impact.
from it.
Right. A round of applause for her. So I have another question for you. Okay. So what social media app do you use majorly that enhances your day-to-day life with your school, as well as an AI tool that like enhances your day-to-day life at school?
For me, I mention two of them.
Mm.
First of all, I'd mention WhatsApp
WhatsApp.
because WhatsApp helps me communicate with my setmates, beyond my setmates, teachers, and every other person to be able to share information, help each other, pass exams, share past questions, help with assignments, and every other thing. So it has really made an impact in my school life because without being able to contact my setmates beyond the school ground, especially as a day student,
Yeah.
I'm still able to gain knowledge and information needed for me and used to improve my academic life and beyond my academic life. Whereas ChatGPT and the Open AI helps assist my daily work, like assignments, like some ideas I need to develop. If I have no idea of them, I could just go on the platform and get a little inspiration to create something out of. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for her, please. And so one more question for you, still ladies of apostle, please. Okay. If there are three of you put it together in a room with the resources to solve one problem in Nigeria using technology, and you had to agree on the problem, what would you pick and why?
I would pick the problem under the agricultural sector.
All right.
And under the agricultural sector, I'm not talking about maybe crops and farming. I'm talking in relation to mineral resources and natural resources. Nigeria is known as a rich nation in the mineral resources, in everything God has blessed us with, and our country doesn't seem to benefit from it as it should have. It looks like it's the outside nations, like they're the one benefiting from it. For example, we have cocoa. Usually it's people abroad that create chocolates, not from our own mineral resources. So the problem there is that we're not getting enough profit and enough show of what we have to everybody. That it has now become like a privilege for those that have the money, those that have the connection, resources to be able to get it. It's no longer a right for everybody born and as an indigene of Nigeria. So I'd really want that to create a technology powered by, let's say, water or solar panel to be able to facilitate excavating our mineral resources, converting them ourselves, and being able to distribute them effectively in our society.
Thank you
Yes,
very
thank you.
much. A round of applause for her. So for my next speaker, the same question. If there were three of you put together in a room with resources to solve one problem in Nigeria using any technological tool, what would you pick and why?
I'll pick educational material. Why I'll pick it because many schools now in Nigeria do not have access to internet of all this stuff because of the internet problem we have in Nigeria. And in schools, like major schools, like I mean like private schools, do not have the access that us the government school has.
Okay.
So I think the government should try to give them a little bit some access to it. If they like exploit to other schools and learn from the internet they have, and also have like give them knowledge and how to use it very well.
Very well. All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. So I have one more question. I believe that's the last question before we ask our audience what they think. So is there a girl in your school someone who is on this stage, who you think should be, or someone who has an idea, a talent, a perspective that this room needs to hear, and you need to tell us about this person and her name, right? Yes, you can start, please.
Okay. The person I think of now, she's a very passionate person in relation to technology and relation to everything AI, everything technology, yes, basically. And her passion is not only she likes it, her passion is she actually moves towards gaining more knowledge, work, practicing it, learning more about it, and teaching others about it. So she doesn't only keep the knowledge to herself, she has ideas and opinions and a very bold stand in the technological sector in our school.
Okay.
And if yes, she's here today.
Wow.
And her being here today means that her stand is actually very effective. And if she was to bring anything to the table, I'm sure she'd bring something really, really wonderful and very, very helpful.
All right. So would you
Yes.
share her name with us? We need to know her and we need to see her since
Okay.
she's here.
Okay. I'll share. Her name is Onifade Sharon.
Can we cheer for
Yes.
Onifade Sharon, right?
Yes. Please stand up.
Please
Sharon.
stand up. Hi.
Yes.
Come join us. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, Onifade. Welcome to the show. So your friend said you have an idea that everyone in this room needs to hear about AI and technology for today. So would you like to share with us?
Okay, good day everyone. My name is Onifade Sharon and I have a dream.
All right.
Okay, so let me start with we have 54 independent countries
All right.
in Africa, and 56% of these countries have very, I'll not say bad, but very poor healthcare facilities. And I feel like technology has been made to has been is been here to make things easier for us as humans. So I feel like using technologies using technology rather, we can use it to enhance healthcare facilities, make clinics, and for example, I can make an AI app on checking my BP every day to make sure like my BP is okay. Like that's just an idea. So I feel like we also need to there needs to be more organizations. We already have beautiful organizations that are already doing this, but there needs to be more organizations on mentorship programs, scholarships that can also help young minds to be able to proceed or facilitate this idea.
Beautiful.
Thank
Wow. Can we clap for Onifade? That's really, really, really nice. All right. Thank you for joining us. You can take your seats. Another round of applause for Onifade. All right, for the next speaker, I would also ask the same question. If there are three of you put in a room, oh no, sorry, if there is a girl in your school, someone who is not on stage right now, but she's in the crowd, someone that you think has a brilliant idea, talent, or perspective that we all need to hear about, can you talk to us more about her and her name, please?
Okay. Yes, we have.
Good.
She's hardworking. She has a creativity mind. She has a passion for it.
Yeah.
She works towards it.
Wow.
She even performs most of these in our schools.
Wow.
And her name is Ben Osage Ike.
Osaki, Iken, is she around? Yay! Please can you get up? A round of applause for her, please, as she comes. You're welcome, Osaki. So we've heard of you and your brilliant mind. Would you love to share with us your idea?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Ben Osaike Ike, and I'm from Iwerekum. Well, I like acting,
Wow.
and I like art and everything about it. The idea of AI and those stories they generate makes me happy, and sometimes I want to do it. But the apps that I've come across, they pay for it,
Wow.
so I'm not able to explore
Explore.
my creativity. So if I can be able to make a app
Yeah.
that can help students create without paying, and they can be able to meet other people that have those ideas as them. I would really love that.
You really love that. Wow, that's a very powerful point there. There are many AI apps that are paid. I don't know anyone into animation or graphics design. You know that you have to actually pay to use those apps, and you pay in dollars, and the rates are not friendly. So that's a very good point. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, thank you so much, everyone. I would like to take questions from the audience. Anyone from both schools, a question each. Anyone with a question for our panelists? Anyone from Our Ladies of Apostle? Anyone? Anyone? Do I have to pick? Do I have to pick someone? I know. Any contribution, anyone with an idea they would like to share? Hello. All right. So with that, we've come to the end of this panel session. It's been an amazing time with these beautiful ladies. Thank you for coming and sharing your brilliant ideas with us. A round of applause for them as they go back to their seats. Thank you so much.
A round of Mrs. Ashley Emmanuel, COO semicolon. All right, a round of applause for her, please. Have your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, the next person, Mrs. Nneka Eneli, Director Outsourcing, Workforce Group. Mrs. Nneka Eneli, is she here? All right, okay, let's give her a minute. The next person, Mrs. Olufunke Fowler Amber, Executive Director, Vivian Fowler, Memorial College for Girls. A round of applause for Mrs. Olufunke. Welcome. She can come to the front. Thank you very much. All right, the next person, Mrs. Nsikan Efo. I'm not sure that I pronounced that correctly. Pardon me. Lead consultant, Sequoia Consultant. Oh, I did. Oh, thank you very much. Sit there. That's fine. All right. Okay, I think. Okay. I think we're still expecting Mrs. Nneka and Nelly, Director, Outsourcing Workforce Group. Welcome. Thank you very much, please. All right. To moderate this session, this panel session, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Chisom Olamigoke, Stakeholder Manager, Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Is she here?
I'm right behind you.
Oh, thank you so much. All right. All right. Let's all have a wonderful time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Do you have one?
Oh, thank you.
All right. Very quickly, we have about 30 minutes for this. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling today? Good
Good morning.
morning.
Good morning.
Fine,
Good,
thank
thanks.
you.
Good morning. And to our audience, how are you guys doing today? Hope you're not too cold. You can shake it off. Shake it off. Good. All right. This is the talent session, and we're going to be talking about the execution mindset, building, failing, and winning early. Now, I have the singular privilege to be surrounded by these amazing women, and when they get to talk, you see why. We are going to be talking about what it takes to have ideas and bring them to reality. So, a lot of people have brilliant ideas, but where the thing fails is moving it from ideas to tangible outputs, right? Please welcome our fourth panelist. Thank you. Okay, you're with us now. Good morning. Okay, so we are saying we are talking about the execution mindset, what it takes to move from ideas and to build things that last. So I'm looking at the uniforms in this room and I'm like, yes, we have the right people here, because we're talking about starting early. So to start, I would like to have our panelists, these wonderful women, to do a short introduction of themselves and why you should listen to them. One thing they want you to know about them. I mean, if you look at the profiles, it's very long, but just a short introduction and one thing they will want you to know about them as you go into this conversation. So we'll start with Mrs. Vivian.
Actually, my name is not Mrs. Vivian. It's Olufunke Fowler
Oluf.
Amber.
Apologies.
No problem. I run an all-girls school, second generation owner, and it's called Vivian Fowler Memorial College for Girls. And our girls are very STEM oriented, and this is a great platform to be because we've been on the global stage probably in the last 5 years in different countries. And I'm very much into being a continuous learner. And I believe that for girls, especially, to ensure that they reach their peak, it's important that they're continuous learners, they embrace innovation, and understand that they can be whoever they desire to be.
Thank you so much. Girls, you can be whoever you decide to be. To Mrs. Ashley.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to be here. So my name is Ashley Emmanuel. I'm COO of a company called Semicolon. You can maybe see it on my shirt. And at Semicolon, what we do a few things, but one of the things that we do is we train in technology skills. Our primary program is called Techpreneurship, and we're training software engineers. So usually people will come to us after, sometimes after university. Maybe the majority have finished university, but increasingly we actually have people who come to our program out of secondary school, if they know they're serious about a career in engineering. And they learn software engineering skills, but also skills like innovation, critical thinking, teamwork, business entrepreneurship management, and so forth, in order to be really ready for the workforce of the future. And we do other things as well, technology services. So we build solutions like apps and platforms. We also work with founders, so people who want to start a new company. We do training and different kinds of programs for them. And we also work with people who are innovating, do like hackathons and things like that. But that's basically what we're doing at Semicolon. And really our whole mission is around creating a talented, thriving technology community in Africa, starting with Nigeria.
Thank you so
Nice
much.
to meet you.
Thank you. Now we move on to Mrs. Neka.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Neka. I head the team at Workforce Group, the workforce outsourcing team. At Workforce Group, I don't know how many of you know about Workforce. It's a leading HR and business consulting firm in Nigeria and Africa. We are beyond Nigeria now. Provide various solutions along the HR spectrum. Now, my team, Workforce Outsourcing, we manage end-to-end, like end-to-end talent management solutions for, different organizations. So we recruit the talent, we manage them, we deploy and we manage them from entry to exit. Currently, we have about 8,000 outsourced staff working across different sectors and different organizations. And then that pretty much is, what we do at Workforce Outsourcing. We have other the lines of businesses. We do learning and development, that's training. We do assessments, which could be from entry level, graduate assessments, psychometric leadership assessments. We provide strategic support solutions, advisory. We have the employer of record services, different services along the HR spectrum. But what I'm doing here now is representing workforce outsourcing. Thank you very
Nice to
much.
meet you. And then Mrs. Sukun.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nsikan Efo, and I am the lead consultant at Sequoia Consulting. I'm also a legal practitioner, and I founded Sequoia Consulting about 2 years ago because I realized that there was a gap in the market for MSMEs. Those are um, micro, small and medium enterprises in providing strategy and execution services to them. They are not able to afford like the high McKinsey's and the BCG's and all of that. And I have the experience. I used to work in a law firm called Olaniwa Jai, and I also have experience in formulating strategy and business consulting and all of that. So I decided to found a Sequoia Consulting to provide these services to people at like a more micro level so that they are able to grow their businesses to where it should get to. So essentially, I'm very passionate about Nigerian businesses, Africa, because I know as Nigerian businesses grow and African businesses grow, the people who are involved will also get like financial wealth and grow as well. And then the African economy will also develop. So that's exactly what I am doing. And nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you. So, people, oh, thank you. You can do that. Amazing. I like the clap because it means you recognize the people you have here, the distinguished panel you have before you today. So, we're going to have this chat and hoping that we might have 5 minutes before we wrap up to just take one question from one person here. So we'll start with you, Miss Ashley. And so you're the COO of Semicolon. Sitting on that seat or in that seat gives you the privilege to not just lead teams, not just to strategize, but to run through the day-to-day execution of those ideas. So what does it look like being on that seat? And what's one thing the audience here today can pick from that?
All right, thank you very much. Maybe I'll ask a question. For everybody here, I know you might not have a plan yet for what you want to do as an adult, but is there anybody who's thought that maybe one day you want to start your own business or you run your own business? If so, can you put your hand up? Okay, some of us, right? And some of you may not have thought about it yet, which is fine. A lot of times, as I mentioned at Semicolon, we work with people who are starting businesses is one of the things we do. And sometimes people make the mistake of thinking the most important thing about your business is the idea. But really, any idea you've had, at least 100 other people had that idea, I can promise you. The idea is not that special. What's difficult is actually making the business happen. And we can use the term execution, right? Executing the work. And it's really because there are just so many different pieces of work that are required.
Yes.
So let me give an example. We're talking about education and training, and you know education. So maybe you have the idea to start a school, just like some of the schools we have represented here. And you might think, okay, this is easy. I know what a school is. I just need to go find a building, I'll hire some teachers, and I'll find some students and we'll start teaching, right? And you might also think, okay, everybody's school fees will be, let's say, 500,000 naira per student, and you add that all up and you say, I'm going to pay this much for the building and pay the teachers this much, and so I'll have 10 million naira at the end left for me, right? And it sounds straightforward and you're ready to go. Then day one, you start to set up your school. Even just getting your building set up, you realize that there are problems. You have to fix the plumbing. You have to hire people to clean. You forgot about that one. You hire them, they don't do a good job. You have to fire them and bring it. So just then you have to replace the tables and chairs because they're not good. Then you hire some teachers, and that one's okay. Then you're ready to start teaching, and somebody says, "Oh no, did you go register with the government? Do you have the right permits to do this work?" So there will actually be a lot of times the difficulty in running a business is actually all those small things. And even after you've hired teachers and cleaners, you can't just hire them and say, okay, your job is to teach, go, right? You have to have some structure and what we call process in place. So there are a lot of decisions you have to make about, let's say you want to bring in new students. After the person becomes aware of your school, what's the process? Do they have to apply? Do they have to do exams? Do they have to fill out forms? Do they have to come in? How do we onboard them? How do we manage their performance? If they're not doing well, what's the process? We don't want to just kick them out one day, right? You want to have a process for that. And so that kind of when we talk about operations in business or execution, those are the kinds of things that we're talking about. And so for those, and those are skills you need no matter what. You need those skills if you start a business, but any job you do, you need some of those skills. So I would recommend for you, think about skills. It's not just learning mathematics and reading. You need to learn those ones, but also learn skills like what we call project management. So figuring out, okay, I have this goal. How do I break this down into different pieces? How do I do a plan? Write down your plan. This is what I'm going to do first. It's going to take this long. I'm going to do this second. I want to do this thing third, but wait, no, I need somebody else to give me something. Let me go. That's a dependency, right? How am I going to do that? So those kinds of skills are the skills that we should all build in order to really be able to operate businesses. And I will say, I'll speak for myself, but most employers I know are always looking to hire people with those skills as well, because you just need people who are very strong in execution or operations.
Thank you so much. So I hear you well, and I hear you say it's not just about having the ideas. Ideas are a dime a dozen. A lot of people here, some of you here might have similar ideas, but it's the time to market. So the time it takes to execute and push it out. And also not just starting things because, oh, I've thought about it, I just need one, two, three. But sit with the idea. I hear you say, write it, make a plan. And I love the idea of project management. I'm a certified project manager, so yes, it's a life skill that you just don't need to work in tech, but just the skill of being able to take an idea and think through it properly. What do I need to do this? And you can start with your schoolwork because I see a lot of us here as students. So you can start, what's your goal for the academic session? What do you want to achieve? And then you begin to think it through, okay, how good am I with this subject? How good am I with this other one? Where do I need support? Then you begin to just map it. That's how you build that skill before you then begin to build businesses. Thank you so much, Ashley. Now we'll move on to Neka. And I didn't take permission to call by first names. I hope that's fine by everyone. Okay, thank you so much. One of the things about execution as well is you can control yourself. So I can make a plan and say I want to do all of those things. But even from Ashley's example, you'd see that there are dependencies there are human dependencies. So what happens when you have to manage a team of people to achieve a goal? From your role as the director outsourcing, you work with workforce, you work with human beings, and we're very amazing people to work with. So what does that look like? What are the challenges you've seen, and what can you advise structures to put in place, when working with people?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Very interesting. That's my day-to-day life. Now, they say people are the most complex, right? Now, when you think of yourself, can you manage yourself? How well do you manage yourself? I mean, let's think about it. Sometimes you can't predict yourself, right? You can't predict how you will behave, what you will do in certain circumstances. Now, I'm in HR, so managing two people. Now, let me break it down to, the minute, your family, right? Think about it. We just celebrated Father's Day, and a father or parents have three children, two children. Let me just say two children. Those two children are distinctly different. Even if they are twins, they are different, and they would exhibit different behaviors at different times. Now, let's come back to the workplace. Now, you're talking about how do you make sure what do you put in place to make sure execution, right, is achieved. Now, if you're and I'm talking, Ashley is here, Funke is here, talking about organizations. So, like maybe in their teams, they have, let me just say, 50 people, 100 people, 200 people. So I'm just saying, right? Now, managing those 200, let me say in Vivian Fowler, I'm just giving an example. I don't know how many people they have, how many employees, or how many people their team. Now they know that this is Vivian Fowler. This is the school. So whatever standards, whatever deliverables are already within the context of that school. So it's understandable. Everybody understands. Now when you are in outsourcing, yeah, you have staff in Vivian Fowler and Semicolon, and I have staff in different organizations, which all have their own peculiarities, their own cultures, their own contexts. So they have, even you have to first step back and say, okay, these people, don't forget I said people are the most complex, and I said start from yourself. You yourself, you're a complex being. You can't even manage yourself, right? Now you now deploy people to different organizations. Imagine we have staff in tech. So these different organizations have their different cultures. Employees in the tech environment can dress, they can wear jeans, they can wear t-shirts, they can. This an employee that we also deploy to maybe a bank cannot dress like that. Okay, I'm just bringing down to the minutest thing of dressing. So you have to understand first the context of each organization. What context? What is their context? We have people in hospitality, we have people in restaurants, we have people in hotels, we have people in like I said, in the banks, we have people in the ports and terminals. So understand first the context. So when we are assigning the SLA with the organizations, our SLA first starts, sets out all those expectations from us and from them. So we expect that okay, you have clear KPIs set first. If you don't understand what you're supposed to do, we can't blame the employees if they don't do what they're supposed to do. And that's the mistake a lot of us make. We just think that these people are machines. So workforce outsourcing, deploy this staff, deploy 100 staff to me. And we want them to immediately perform magic. While we drive performance at a very high level, but we also expect that the conditions must be right. And so in our SLA signing, which is the beginning of the agreement or the engagements with the client, or we call them partners, right? You have to set out clear KPIs. We have to understand what is your culture. So it's when you give us your culture, when we are doing the induction of our new staff, because we do inductions for all our new employees before we deploy them. We guide them to say that this is the culture, these are the things that expected of you in this organization. So we have to understand the environment, right? Have what we call DRIs, directly responsible individuals. If nobody's responsible for something or a task or anything, then nobody's accountable. In my team, I always tell them, they say, who is handling? Say, it's us. No. In this team, who in that team? Is it NECA? Is it Ashley? Do you understand? You must have DRIs tied to every task so that when you are tracking execution, I can say, NECA, what have you done with regard to this task? And that's what we communicate to our partners to please make sure that every task you give them their KPIs once they resume, and you let them know this, you are responsible for this. Even when you have a team deliverable within that team, who is responsible, and then the culture. Without the culture, right culture, you can't expect execution. So if you have a toxic culture, like a lot of Gen Zs will say now, culture is toxic, right? But you have to define what toxicity is. You can't expect them to thrive. So have the right culture, the right environment, the right communication, and then you talk about scaling. If you want your execution to be scalable, right? I mean, we are in a tech event now. We're talking about AI. Then you must, employ technology, some form of technology to track performance. It's not. We've gone beyond the days of manual. Even when we are doing appraisals now, it's not how many people do appraisals still on paper and this thing. We now are, depends on what works for you. We are here now that it's not just to jump into technology, but we do have tech systems. We have applications with in-house that we use, and we also advise. We always check with our partners what, it's because performance management and execution management is a joint thing between us and our partners. So what technological tools do you have? What apps do you have that we use to track the performance? If you have what we call direct sales agents or field agents, they're on the field, they're driving sales. Somebody can be at home and say he's on the field. So what do you use to track? We have what we call outmanage. So you have different things to track, you know, are they on the field where they said they will be? Have they clocked in? So you just have to make sure you have structures put in place, the right structures, the right environment, the right culture, the right communication. And communication meaning that people should know what is expected of them to the letter and who is responsible for what. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you so much. Are we sleeping? I thought we would clap to that. So I know some of us here are in teams. Either you have a business you're running. I see some older folks right in front, and then we have the students. You might be thinking, okay, I don't really have a business I'm managing. I don't have people I'm working with, but you have classmates, right? That's your team. That's where it starts. And if you pick anything from what Ms. Neck has said, is clarity. So it's you're working with people, whether your class project on a class project or something. Don't just take it and say, oh, we're all going to do it. Is it clear what we want to achieve? Is it clear who is going to do what? Is it clear who is responsible? So if this fails, if this piece of the work fails, who is responsible for it? Again, these are life skills, and they are called life skills because for every stage of life you find yourself in, you can either upskill, but you always find it very useful. So thank you so much, ma'am. We'll move on to Mrs. Olufunke. Now, for you, execution is a bit different. You are the executive director. You're the executive director of a school that has been in existence for over 3 decades, if my internet search is right. Okay, for about 35 years. So you're coming in and it's a school that you have familiar ties to. So you're not just coming in to do things from what you know, but you have the personal stake in this business, you have the professional stake in this business. What's the balance? Because I can come into a company and say, this is how we're going to do it, and, sharp, sharp, sharp. But this is something that is a legacy product that was handed to you. So there's the weight of that, of managing such organization. What does execution look like for you, and what influences the decisions you take in the day-to-day affairs of the school?
Well, I have to say that it's a family business, but coming in, you look at it as stewardship. That's how you look into it. And like any business, whether it's the business I'm talking about or speaking to young people, it is important that you take ownership by orientating yourself. I came in from a banking experience and also went on to do nursing at some point to be with my children when they were young. And so coming in, I realized that I was able to assimilate very easily because when my children at the time were in elementary school, I was part of the PTF. I was very intentional. So to young people, I say don't look as any experience as wasted experience. Whether you're in school and you're learning about debating, or you're learning about leading, or you're learning about being in the Girls Guide, or you're even helping a teacher collect her books. All these skills are not wasted. So that's how I looked at it. And then I realized that I had to adapt what I called not a fixed mindset. A lot of us have a fixed mindset because we're scared of change. And because, especially in this environment, your parents put a lot of emphasis on you getting A grades, not understanding that life is not about just content. You have to learn soft skills. So, in the process of adapting, I had to adapt what I call a growth mindset. When I started, it was a very humbling experience because I was coming from being a vice president of a bank in America to now being a regular employee. So I was going to mile 12 to shop for the school. I worked in the hostel. I even worked in the kitchen. At some point, I taught people how to cook. I was even a teacher. I taught literature at some point. And then I worked in the admin. So it is important that you have to understand that when something is given to you like this, it's a very humbling experience, but you have to make sure that you are open minded. Also, adopting the school, um, we infused a lot of technology, and it's a second generational business. I took over probably about 12 years ago. And in the process, I thought we were going too fast with technology because it was a big change. Because for us, I say this with humility, in the last 5 years, we've represented Nigeria in Norway, in Singapore, in Houston, also in, where did we go last year? I can't remember, but we've been in China. So in the process, what I also realized was that I couldn't be captive to tradition, and I had to keep tradition going, but I had to understand that innovation was key for us to prepare children or young adults for the future of work. And I want to say to the young people, not to divert from your question, these, for instance, the girls who participated in the innovation, they've been at the school like you started in JS1. And what they have done is in representing Nigeria, in being part of the Girls Guide, in doing so many things, this particular class of 2026, who are dynamic girls, three people have got full scholarships. One to Concord College in the UK, which is £70,000 a year. Another one to Taunton College in Somerset. And then yesterday, another girl got a scholarship to I think it's called London College in Canada, where she's studying IB. So why am I telling you all of these? They did not just focus on academics. From day one, they were involved in everything. So when you're asking me about my own transition, I was able to cope because all through life, I have been focused on learning as much as possible. And I want to tell you, young people, your brain shuts down once you get to 40%. You get very lazy. Until you keep pushing yourself and understanding that you can be in a global stage, even if you're in a public school or you're in a private school, the sky is open for you. And you always have to learn to do the right thing. And you have to understand, like I have understood, I also go on social media, that innovation and values are tied together. They're not separate things. So whenever you're on social media or you're doing everything else, do what I have learned to do in incorporating my own journey, understanding that you should value your time. And in valuing my time, I was able to transition into the position that I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So we hear ownership, we hear stewardship. So you're coming into, you hear growth mindset. I don't want to forget that bit. You are here right now, and I love the exposure you guys are having, the privilege of having this conversation and hearing it. You might think that some things are flying over your head, but they are not. Being able to apply it to your present context. And we hear Mrs. Olufunke talk about the growth mindset. You're in school. Don't just keep yourself to your academics, but what are the skills? What are the skills you can, put into what you're already learning? And we'll have Nsikon give us the consultant's perspective. So for you, execution looks like coming into businesses where things are failing. So they have hit a roadblock, and you're here to help them navigate. What are the challenges you found with that, and what are the things you found to work now for business owners, because we have some of them here, and if you can contextualize it to students, that'll be great.
Thank you very much. Actually, I will make it clear for students as well. Sorry, kind of bit my words there. Anyway, I was a secondary student not long ago, actually. I think you can see from my face that I still look like a very young person. And interestingly, I did visit Vivian Fowler at some point, but I wasn't a student. But it's nice to see people here, and indeed you are, especially the students, you are getting access to good information that sets you up in life, because I attended events like this when I was in school, and yeah, a lot of things flew over my head. But as Mrs. Olufunke said, that you shouldn't take for granted the things that you're hearing now, because they will come to you. Everything you're learning right now will come to you in the future. So, like I said, I'm the lead consultant at Sequoia Consulting, and we basically help businesses grow. We help them move from ideation to development and then to growth and everything. And usually I'm brought in when they want to start, when they've reached an execution failure, and when they want to grow. And one thing I've noticed, especially for the execution failure and when they want to grow, is that they just want to grow for growing sake, or they're into business for just business sake. And I have a what, why, and how framework for actually getting to execute well, execute properly. And what I mean by that is that a lot of people are just doing the things that they are doing just because other people are doing it, and that does not yield any proper results, right? You need to have a what. What are you trying to achieve? So to make it work for the secondary school students. When I was in secondary school, or actually when I was in law school, I went to law school. When I was in law school, I wanted to get a first class, and I did get a first class, so thank God for that. But yes, that was my goal. I entered into law school to get a first class, and I'd heard a lot of stories about people failing in law school. You hear like 1,000 people failed, 1,500 people failed, and I'm like, what are they teaching them here? Like, why is this so hard? But as I was coming in, that was my what. So that my what was that I would get a first class. My why was because I wanted access to opportunities. So if you get a first class in law school, you get access to better jobs, and jobs that pay well, right? And a lot of us are looking for money, right? Let's not let's not hide that. So that was my why. When you ask yourself the why, it might make you clarify your what. Because the truth is that I didn't need a first class to get into good job opportunities. There were people that were hired alongside me that got a 2-1, that got two twos, but they were able to set themselves apart in another way, like Mrs. Olufuke said as well. So yeah, in asking your why, you might clarify your what and go back to the drawing board. But I still stuck to my first goal, which was, getting a first class. Now the how is the strategy involved, which is where I usually, come in. And my how was to take my studies seriously. I attended all lectures, and before lectures, I read. After lectures, I read again. And during our holidays or externship, if you've heard about, how the law school is, during our externship, I read and read and read, and I wrote down my notes. I wrote it down because in writing down, I was able to keep information in my head. And at the very end of it, I was relaxed when it was time to write the exam. And many people were frantic around that time because they hadn't gotten a proper what, they hadn't clarified their why, and they didn't have a proper how to actually execute. They were just, showing up and thinking things would just fall from the sky. So when it was time for the exam, many of them were frantic. I was quite relaxed because I knew the work I'd put in. I knew, the direction I was going into. So when we wrote the exam and the results came out, I was surprised, right? But I wasn't also surprised. I was grateful, but it wasn't something like anybody that heard about, my results to say, okay, yes, she deserved it. So I think with execution failures, what I've usually seen is that people don't clarify their what, their why, and their how, and then they make mistakes and lose their way and then do things that they are not meant to be doing. What those things do for you is that they streamline and concentrate your efforts. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sure we can begin to see how they all weave together, the what, the why, the how. And we've talked about it. You're starting something. What are you starting? Why do you want to do it? I mean, I love the example you used. Your academic experience is something that is very relatable to the room. So, what do I want to achieve? Why do I want to achieve it? And how do I go about this? I know we are out of time, but I want to give opportunity around the room now for parting shots to the audience, the students, and the builders in the room. So, I'll start with you, Mrs. Olufunke, then Ashley, and just sequence like this.
I want to end by saying that we are all going to fail at some point. Don't see failure as the end result. Use failure as data as to how you're going to embrace a bigger success rate. And to let you know that wherever you are right now is not the end of the road, whether you're a young adult or you're in secondary school or you're even my age. I'm not going to tell you my age. I'm currently in school right now pursuing another master's. And what it does for me is that it lets me see the world like it is today. So you don't lose touch. So my parting words for you is that you are in an innovation conference. And the whole point about innovation is that it teaches you to understand that you're able to live from one generation to another, but you can still uphold your values. I say to my students at school that there will always be iPhone 50, 55, but values will never be extinct. So as long as you hold on to your values and understand that you're on a journey that is going to embrace growth, is going to embrace failure, is going to embrace innovation, and keep understanding that you have to sit on the platform of excellence and integrity, then everything else comes together.
Thank you so much. So treat failure like data, keep learning, and hold on to your values. Ashley.
All right, thank you. And first of all, I completely agree with that. So please, I hope you wrote down what she's been saying. Maybe I'll just build on it, right? Because I think that sometimes, especially now, I get a lot of questions around, okay, how is work going to change? Right? And the truth is, for some of you sitting here, even when you start working, we don't really know what all the jobs are going to look like, even though that might be about 10 years away for some of you, which is near term. And so sometimes people get nervous and they say, oh, does this mean that there won't be jobs for us if AI does everything? Does this mean that I have to be an expert in a very specific field like AI or engineering? And the answer is no, right? So I think first of all, I would build on what you've said, which is that regardless of our profession, there are some basic, what sometimes people call soft skills, but you can also call durable skills that have been needed in the past and still will are forecast to be necessary in the future. And those include character, right? And being values driven. It includes that resilience or growth mindset. Sometimes people call this grit. So the ability to keep doing hard things even when you fail a little bit or it becomes difficult and keep persevering. It includes things like critical thinking, teamwork, communication with other people, self awareness, and emotional intelligence, right? Etc. So those, I would say, really focusing on building those kinds of skills. And in the course of school or work, those things we always have the opportunity daily, which I think is another point you made, which is don't frown at the unglamorous tasks. Because even when we're sent on, and this is in school and workplace at home, sometimes we're asked to do something and we're just like, oh, why did they call me to do this one, right? And you have a choice. You can complain and put your energy into complaining, which is a terrible use of energy. Or you can just figure out, okay, how do I take this opportunity to learn and grow?
Thank
And
you
do it
so
anyway,
much.
right? So those are the things I would sort of build on and encourage. And that skill is actually you're going to need in the future, regardless of how the job landscape evolves.
Thank you so much. So, regardless of the technical skills or the technical roles, these durable skills are always going to be relevant. Thank you so much, Mr. Neka, in a minute.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to piggyback on what everyone has said. And let me start from INSECA. First, be intentional. I will start from my dear students. Be your authentic self and be intentional. When you're in school at this age, you're very impressionable. That peer pressure sets in. You want to follow the crowd, but trust me, even in following the crowd and being one of the girls, you can still set yourself apart. Nobody has to know what you're doing, when you go back. If I go back to where I won't tell you about my educational background. That's a long story. But I studied a very difficult course, or what we used to call difficulty in those days. And in my own time, I'm talking about university now, not secondary school. I want to go back to secondary school. At my own time, forget all this director yes, I like to play, right? But I like to play. So if you go with me, I will play, right? And I'm not the kind of person that likes to go to library or to read in the class at night. I'm not. You won't see me there because that's not me. I say be your authentic self. Know what works for you, right? So I won't go to the class at night to read. I'll have classmates who will take their pillows. I schooled at Unilag, so let me know. So you take their pillows at night and come out. First time I tried it, I found out most people slept off by 12 midnight. I said, so this is what you come to do here. Mosquitoes will be biting you. But I knew that once I get back to my room, thank God I had a very retentive memory, I would study. So people, when my results came out, people saw my, they were shocked. I had neck at you because they didn't understand that the fact that I was not going to class did not undermine what I was, my study period. So be your authentic self. Know what works for you and be intentional. I'm talking to my students now, my dear, students. Be intentional, right? Flow with your girls, but at the same time, go back and make sure you're setting that time apart because you have a goal, right? Now in life will take you here and there. You will drift this way. Nobody knows. You're all in, I don't know what class now, but you don't know where each one of you will be tomorrow, the near future. But
Absolutely.
trust me, it's always good, with the help of God, of course, always commit everything to God's hands, to chart your course. Insikak mentioned that she talked about the why, what she knew she wanted to come out with the first class.
Yeah.
So from now, determine where do I want to be. Don't see wherever life will push you, but at least with some intentionality and with God on your side, you will achieve what you want to achieve. You will get that good job. I know people who said, I want to work in an oil company from way back, and they got to that oil company. Yeah, some of us went to, we didn't work there, but when you're intentional, it helps you, it pushes you a lot in career. Then for the older people, when I say older people in career, an ownership mindset. We talked about execution. Ashley was talking about when you complain. I was that person who I had some background in the banking industry, and I had a head of operations who would always say, "Neka, do this." And what am I the only one here? And when they told me, "You know what? I'm building you up. I'm trying to make you a utility staff." I didn't realize what that was doing for me. He would give me all the jobs, different things that were not even my responsibility. Maybe he saw something in me, and I think that has helped me in my career. So please, as you build your career, adding to the intentionality and this, please always have an ownership mindset. Take the job as if it is your company. You are working for somebody else. Make it look as if it is your business. There was one of the places I worked before. I went for an event like this, and I saw that those days of print media, and when they printed the thing, they said Neka Eneli. They put my name and said MD. I said I'm not the MD, and I had to quickly go and tell my boss that they made a mistake. But why did they do that? Because they thought I was the way I carried the work, right? So somebody is watching.
Ownership.
Somebody definitely is watching. So please have an ownership mindset as you grow in career. Take it like your own. If every time you ask yourself, will I want this business? If it was mine, will I want it to fail? Will I want this to happen? So when you have team members you are working with, you say, would you want this? Would you do this if it was your organization? And trust me, like I said, somebody is watching. When that reward will come, you won't realize it.
Thank you
Thank you. I
so
wish you all
much.
the best. Thank you for joining the session.
Thank you so much. We'll wrap up with you, Mrs. Sukan.
Okay, everyone has said such useful and great tips. But what I will add to the conversation is consistency over intensity. Just keep showing up. You have a goal ahead of you. Just keep showing up, regardless of how you feel, regardless of your energy levels. Even if you're able to do a little work every day, it compounds over the doing like massive work once in 1 month or once in a year or something. It compounds. So keep showing up and align with progress over perfection, because many of us like to get things right from the get-go, but everyone is bad at something when they first start. Every single person. There's no one that is born great. We're all born as work in progresses. So works in progress. So continue to show up and continue to give yourself grace, but still continue to show up. Show up and try your best.
Thank you so much. And you're already showing up by being in this room today. Thank you so much to the amazing women that I have on this panel today. I'm sure you all took something from this room, and we look forward to hearing your stories. Thank you.
All right, that was such an insightful conversation. A round of applause for them one more time. Thank you very much. Okay, I think they want to. All right. All right, very quickly, we will be moving to our next panel session for another 30 minutes. So for this panel session, we would be talking the mindset, the mind shift we need to win. So for this panel session, I'll be introducing three people from Swiss Africa. Benita Ananias. She's a student from University of Lagos. A round of applause for Benita. All right, please have your seat. The second person, Adebanke Peke. I'm sorry if I didn't get that right. From the Federal University of Oyekiti, also from Swiss Africa. All right. Third person, Jubilee Ozemoya. She's also a student from Elizade University, also from Swiss Africa. So to moderate this session, I'll call on Miss Elizabeth Rotimi. A round of applause for her. All right, please have your seat. Let's have a great time. Thank you. All right, please. Say my pleasure.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I believe that we've been learning a lot over the past few sessions that we've had. So right away, we're going to be going into the next session. Talent is everywhere. Opportunity is not. The mind shift needed to win. And I have just the best panelists with me who will be talking about. We're going to be having this discussion together, and I really do hope that you have an amazing time. My name is Elizabeth Rotimi, and very briefly, I just want my co-panelists to introduce themselves. What do you do, and what's your name?
Thank you very much. My name is Adebanke Peke, as earlier mentioned, a student of the Federal University Oye Ekiti. I'm currently in my 400 level and I'm interning at Express Payment Solutions. Thank you.
Right, it's so nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ozdemoya Jubilee, and I am a student of Elizade University, Ondo State. Currently, a 300 level architectural student on IT at Tony Designs Atelier Limited. Thank you very much.
All right, it's so nice to meet you as well. Okay, so this topic that we're going to be discussing today is one that is very critical because we have a lot of talent. A lot of young people leave the university every year. I'm not sure about the number, but it's a very large amount of people. But we really do not have, most people do not have access to the opportunities needed to thrive. So today we are going to be talking about this, right? How exactly are you a global talent that has the access to the opportunities, not just being okay, being that talent, you're good at your stuff, you have the skills, you have everything that you need, but how exactly do you access the opportunities needed to win? So first off, I'm going to be starting from Adebanke. Right. So I know that you have a lot of experience with empowerment programs, institutions, and your internship with the Technology Institute, like you mentioned. So, how exactly has the real world environment shaped your understanding of what it takes to succeed beyond the classroom?
All right. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Yeah. Before I go on to answer the question, I forgot to mention that I'm also a beneficiary of the Swiss Empower program, which is what has given me this privilege to stand on this platform today. Yeah, I started my internship at Express Payment Solutions. That was by March this year. And my first week opened my eyes to quite a number of things. So getting there, I realized that what they do in the industry is action, not head knowledge. I saw that every day my supervisors come to work to solve a particular problem. So it's not like, oh, I know how to do it, but you have to do it. And I reflect back on what we were taught in school. Most of the time, majority of what we are taught are theories. We are taught, oh, this is how it works. You write exams, you pass exams, but the practical aspect of it. So, getting to the industry, I realized that it's not just what you know, it's what you do. What can you do? What are the skills that you bring to the table? And that is really what is very important in the industry. And this pushed me to start owning my skills, enroll in empowerment programs, and
do amazing things. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Adibanke. That is very, very. You talked about something really important. Most of the time, I attended a public institution as well. I went to FUTA. It's not far from your school. So I attended a public university. I studied computer science, but then we're just taught theory, right? Even when you want to write codes, probably you want to write Java or C++, you have to write it in paper, not in on laptops. I know some people attended public and private universities, so you can't relate. But then it was so bad. But eventually, when I was done with my university education and then I started working as well, I don't think my employer has asked me, what did you graduate with, or what did you study? The only thing that they want to know is, what exactly do you know? What can you do for us? And like she said, you come to the company every day to solve a problem, not necessarily what they taught you. What is I don't know those concepts anymore. I can't remember again. But yeah, I just hope that we're able to pick that right. It's not enough to learn in the four walls of the classroom, but you have to be able to solve problems. So yeah, welcome Adibanke.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome Benita. Yeah. So can you introduce yourself briefly? I know you stepped out.
Biochemistry. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Benita Ananias, a final year biochemistry student at the University of Lagos. I'm also a Swiss Africa Fellow, and I am passionate about applying technology solutions to solve health problems in the real world. Thank you very much.
All right, it's so nice to meet you. Okay, so I'm going to be asking you a very important question. I know that, like I mentioned, a lot of students have the talent, but they do not know how to turn the talent into impact, right? They have the potential, but how exactly do they access these opportunities? What mindset shifts do they need to access the opportunities, the internships, the mentorship? So, what exactly helped you, and can you share with the audience briefly?
Okay, so when I got admitted into the University of Lagos, I wasn't able to get an accommodation on campus, and I was always going from home, which made me not really network with my course mates, because after the lectures I would always rush home to beat the traffic on my way home. So in 200 level, I had the grades, the talent was there, but I wasn't really seeing opportunities like some of my course mates were. The mindset shift that really helped me eventually start getting opportunities was in 300 level, when I spoke with one of my course mates, and I realized that there were opportunities available that I never knew about. So yeah, we can't build. You might be able to do some things alone, but you can't build much in isolation. What you'll be able to achieve on your own will not be the same as what you can when you collaborate with other people. So this mindset really helped me when I was doing my COS at the Central Research Laboratory of the University of Lagos, where when I was there, I was not just going there to work, returning home just to fill my logbooks and just as an academic requirement. I made sure I actively networked with my instructors, and I got some of the best mentors there that introduced me to so many opportunities. I'm currently working on a project, and yeah, I had the idea for the project. I never even knew it was possible to do it on my own. But then I reached out to one of the mentors I got from CRL about the project, and he gave me resources. I was able to get resources from him to carry out that project, and I'm almost done with it. But I would have never known that such was possible before I started going out and talking to people. So, yeah, network with people and actively seek mentors. That's the mindset shift that worked for me.
All right, thank you so much for sharing. That is very important. And I remember when I unlocked this secret, right? Because not a lot of people know it, and not a lot of people have the courage to actually network with people. I remember that time I used to say, "Oh, I'm very shy. I'm an introvert." Right? A lot of people that use that as an excuse. Really, if you keep giving excuses, you keep losing opportunities. The moment I shut my eyes and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go all for it, right? I'm not shy. Even if I'm shy, I'm still going to go the least I'm going to get is a no, right? It really changed the game for me. So please network with people. Don't just and it starts from here, right? At this event, talk to the next person. You really do not know who is going to give you your next opportunity or who is going to be your next mentor. So I hope we got something from that. All right, thank you. So Jubilee, yeah. So many students believe that they need to wait for the opportunities to come to them, right? So looking back at your journey, what opportunities did you actively pursue, and what mindset also helped you to go after them? You know, there are some times that you'll be unsure that is this going to work out or not. So what mindset did helped you? So could you share with us?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. As my colleague says, they are a benefactor of Swiss Empower Her, so I'm also part of the Swiss Empower Her program. So they are the one that made this program. They are the one that made this event, made me, you know, have the opportunity to be here, and I'm actually glad to be here. Thank you very much. So the opportunities I actively pursued was, one of the scholarship I won years back, which was the Bonvita Tech Bootcamp. And in Bonvita Tech Bootcamp, they taught us how to, code, how to use coding softwares and everything. And even at that, before I even won the scholarship, my mom, she taught I and my siblings how to code, like, from young, using Scratch. We could do a little bit of coding. So from small, we could, we already had a background of how to code. So Computer Tech Bootcamp gave me that platform on how to code, and I, seized that opportunity on how to code, and you know, enhance my digital skill. And I would say the mindset that, made me to step forward was my mom. Because looking at her alone, she's a UX UI designer. So I'm like, okay, this woman, even after, years of being in marriage and, having children, she didn't allow that to stop her from, chasing what she wants for herself. And she's actually doing very good right now, and I actually still want her to do a lot more. So yeah, looking at her alone is like, a motivation that, oh, yes, if she can do it, then I can do it, and I can actually be better. Because obviously she would say, okay, yes, I want you to be more than me, I want you to be better than me. So yeah, obviously I want to be better than her, yeah, to in the technology and STEM aspect. Yeah. So thank you for
All right, thank you so much for that response. Just like she said, our mom was biggest, should I say, mentor,
mentor.
right?
Yes.
And looking at her, it was just enough to say, okay, if my mom can do this, then I can do that too. I can do this as well. So it is really, really important for you to just have these representations of what exactly are you looking to achieve in the next few years. Probably you want to be a developer, right? Who are the best developers in that niche? It could be your brother, it could be your mom, or whoever that is around you, and just looking at them and then asking questions. I'm sure that your mom definitely share advice and so on with you, and just asking questions. I believe that it would really, really help you as well. So make sure that the people that are around you, right, they push you to be better. Do you understand? So they push you to be better, not people that keep dragging you backward. And when you are trying to do so much for yourself, they're like, a woman, rest now. You will still, those kind of talk, right? Just make sure that you have the right people around you, and I believe that it would be very, very helpful for you as well. So let's move to the next question, which is Adebanke. Okay, so when opportunities are scarce, right, a lot of people get discouraged. I remember speaking to a friend of mine recently that recently finished my undergraduate studies. That was in November, and he hasn't gotten an opportunity yet. So most people are not working. So when these opportunities are scarce, right, you're actively looking for it. What was there a moment that you faced setback or limitation, and how exactly did you navigate it? And what advice can you give to people that are currently in that phase, right, looking for opportunity and just looks like all doors are closed?
All right, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Like I said, like it was said earlier, I'm a computer engineering student, and computer engineering comprises of quite a number of things. It's a very broad course. So in my 400 level first semester, I did a course, Artificial Intelligence. As we all know, the word is the word of AI right now. AI is taking over almost everything, right? So I did a course, Artificial Intelligence, and in the course, I was introduced to machine learning. That is the way of training computers to learn from data and make predictions. So I got very interested in the course because I've always been a lover of mathematics and all that. So the course was so interesting. And I thought, let me pursue an opportunity in this direction, machine learning, being a machine learning engineer. So I started looking out for structured training that I could participate in that we enhance that skill. So I started looking out and I found that out most courses they are paid, and most structured courses they are paid, and if you want to access them you have to pay probably in dollars and all that, and I couldn't afford it at the time. So what did I do? So I sat back, what can I do? Definitely there's YouTube, you can watch YouTube and all that, but YouTube is not very structured. You are just everywhere looking for one video up and down. But regardless, I started learning from YouTube and all that. Then along the way, my friend sent me a scholarship opportunity to apply for a boot camp, and it was a very reputable one. That was with Tech Crush. I applied for the scholarship, AI machine learning, and I finished, I graduated, and even in the process, I was able to get a financial aid for a Coursera course, and I took that machine learning specialization, and I've started building projects. So, what is the all points of this story? The whole point is that when you are actively seeking for opportunities, keep learning. Keep learning. There are so many resources online right now that you can maximize. Keep learning and keep showing up. Show up what you can do. Social media is there. Display what you can do. You never can tell. Someone might just see it. Oh, you can do this. You can do that. Come and help me. I need this person in my company. So keep learning. Keep showing up. Build publicly. So that's what I will advise. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Adibanke. That is a really, really solid one. So while you are waiting for these opportunities, and one other thing I would like to add is the place of volunteering, right? When you don't, it looks like, oh, I'm not getting the paid opportunities yet. Go out there and volunteer, right? Ask for events, for projects. Just say you want to volunteer your skills. You never know the opportunities that you'd get from there. And apart from the opportunities, you would also gain much more experience. And there was something that she said about the place of building publicly. I cannot overemphasize the importance, right, of putting yourself out there. And I tell you that it doesn't matter, even if you are still learning, because a lot of people are like, oh, I use LinkedIn mostly, so I don't really know about other social media platforms. So I'm going to talk about LinkedIn. A lot of people are always like, oh, let me wait till I get a job. Let me wait till I get the certificate. But I tell you that if you can start showing up, the opportunities that you will get, you would be shocked as well. The place I currently work, I didn't even apply. I didn't have to apply or submit my CV. I don't think I've ever had to do that. But just from my LinkedIn profile, just from me showing up bit by bit, and I started from when I was still learning how to code. Okay, this is what I learned today. This is my project. All these little things that you're sharing, all these little things that you're sharing with your friends, put it out there. You never know who is watching. So just like she said, please build publicly, and while you are applying for this opportunity, make sure that you are learning and also volunteer as well. So do not just wait and say, okay, opportunities are not here. Let me just wait till they come. No, you can't keep waiting. You just cannot keep waiting. So thank you so much for that, Adibanke. I'm
Thank
sure
you.
that the people that are in the room are learning and picking a lot from it. So, Benita, yeah. So you mentioned that you apply data science to health problems, right? Which is a very, very important one in our world today. So how important has exposure to interdisciplinary learning been helping you to see possibilities that may not have been visible through a traditional academic path alone? Because I know at first you just learned, oh, data science, but now seeing it that you can apply data science to health, to Lassa fever, to this, to that. So how exactly has that helped you?
Okay, so but first, a discipline is a field, a focus area. Multidisciplinary is more like two or more of these disciplines. But interdisciplinary means finding an intersection between two or more disciplines. So in my case, I study biochemistry, and my project, as she mentioned, um, trying to build a computational pipeline for Lassa fever virus drug screening. So I use biochemistry, the knowledge, that's the basic foundation. How ligands from different plants interact with the protein, the Lassa virus. So they interact, all right, that's a given, that's biochemistry. But how do I do that myself without needing to go to labs, without needing to buy rats, animals? Before 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 this field, before medical field started tending towards technology, you will need to, if you have an idea, you will need to first get the plant. You need to extract the compounds from the plant, then carry out an experiment using a petri dish to find out the interactions between the organism, the target organism, and your ligand. But it's so easy in my case because in addition to my primary field, which is biochemistry, I applied computational methods. So now these screenings, instead of using a lot of money to do them physically, I can first do them on my laptop to see how well they will bind. So that it's only the best binding ligands I'll use when I'm actually carrying out the physical experiments. It reminds me of something I saw on LinkedIn, that two twins joined by the head. The surgeons first constructed a virtual simulation of the surgery before actually carrying out physically. So that one would reduce trial errors. It will reduce it significantly. And they had four surgeries. Just consider how many surgeries they might have had to carry out without the use of AI to create a virtual surgery environment. So yeah, interdisciplinary methods have really helped me because it is making me access opportunities easily at very low cost compared to what it might have been if I didn't have access to these interdisciplinary methods.
All right, thank you so much. So now you see that you can always find an intersection between your course of study and then your tech path, right? Just like data science and biochemistry. Thank you so much. So, Jubilee, so you studied architecture, right? And then
Yeah.
you've gained a lot of scholarships in coding, boot camps, and so on. So, what made you seek opportunities beyond your career? Like, it's not relating very well.
Okay, yeah, I know. Because, as an architecture student, we have something called studio culture, where, like, as early as 7 a.m., you're already in the studio, till as late as 10 p.m., designing, drafting, corrections, endless revisions. And obviously, I didn't even want to be in that circle of, let's just studio, come back, hostel, studio. No, I didn't want to, be part of that triangle. So I was like, okay, let me, embroaden my career and all that, my education and my knowledge from architecture. So I, you know went on and I started looking at Bovita Tech Boot Camp. I won the scholarship of Fela Durotore leadership class. I also went for another one called Canon Photography, where they taught us how to use a camera and take very nice pictures. And it has actually helped me a lot, because if I didn't, take that opportunity and was pushed outside into the outside world to take that opportunity and actually do them, I wouldn't, maybe I may not be here. I may not be here. We never can tell. And yeah, the mindset, and also again my mother, she was the one that pushed me, because normally I don't even like, as she said, introvert. I don't want media visibility. I don't want to be. I don't want LinkedIn. I don't want this. But you say yes, document your process. This, if you did a water packaging plant, document it, post it. if you did a model about the water packaging plant, and they gave you a project, do your document process, take pictures of it, tell them the process of how you came about this idea, how why the kitchen is here, why the bedroom is here, why there's this, why there's that, so that at least they'll know that, okay, yeah, you have a plan, and you have a structure of how you came about this, the layout. So yeah, that's what I would say.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was such a very solid response. So we are running out of time, and I will just be moving to the closing questions, right? Because I know that there is definitely something that someone needs from this answers that you're going to give me right now. So if you could go back to your younger self before stepping into these programs, Adibanke, that's your AI program, and so many things, right? So, what is the mindset shift that you would share about talent, opportunity, and success?
All right, thank you very much. I think what I would say is start as early as you can. Start as early as you can. You are not too young to start. I wish I had started earlier, because if I started earlier, I would have made so much progress than where I am currently. But I'm grateful for when I got to realize that there are opportunities that you have to take advantage of. So my advice is start early. Start as long as you can, as soon as you can, and build publicly. Just like we have been saying, build publicly. Yes, I'm still learning. I don't know much. That calculator app that you built with Python, post it on LinkedIn. Yes, you might think, oh, it's very simple. You might feel intimidated by what other people are posting, but you are just starting out. And by the time you make progress, and by the time you start building great things, you look back and say, oh, I started from building just a calculator app, and it will make you so happy. So start early, start building, and build publicly. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so for me, I would say network with people. Yeah. Being shy hides opportunities, and as we usually hear that a closed mouth is a closed destiny. So you never can tell. In my case, assuming I didn't tell my mentor about the projects I had in mind, it would have just ended as an idea. I would have been waiting for the right opportunity, waiting for resources. I probably would have even started planning to get grants. But then the grants reviewers will be like, you can do this. So yeah, network with people, and there are lots of opportunities that we do not know that are out there that you can get from just having a very good mentor. So mentors are indispensable in a growth journey.
All right. Thank you so much. Before I move to Jubilee, I want to say something before I forget. I believe that for every one of us in the room today, we are no longer going to have that mindset that immediately after your secondary school, you go to the university and then you get a job just like that. There is so much more. I'll probably get married because that was the plan I had when I was in secondary school. So I believe that after this session, you now have bigger goals. You're seeing that, okay, there are things that I could do in data science, in AI, in whatever. Thank you. You're nodding your head. You're getting it, Abby. Thank you. So, please, can you share your
Okay,
stuff?
so pertaining to what Adebanke said, start early, like she said. Yeah, she's actually right. You can start early. Although, even though you start late, at least you made the effort to start, and get into something too. And yeah, start early, master the skill that you know, like right now, even if it's as little as reading research papers, or learning a little bit of code, or free online code courses. It's still something you can master that skill, and within your reach, and you could actually be good at it, because expertise as it has its own access alone. Even if you only know, okay, yes, I know how to read research papers, that alone, and you're very good at it, you know how to analyze it, and structure it, and give it a very good background. People will be like, okay, yes, she's actually a very good research analyst, and it will actually take you places also, and also build your community. If you aren't opportune to find physical communities to join. We are in the world of AI. and technology is really growing, and you can find them digitally. Go online, search for online courses or whatever you want to do, and go online, join the communities, and start learning and start broadening your horizon. And also, you should believe in yourself. That's one thing that I've come to be with over the past years. Starting this, believe in yourself, tell yourself that you can actually do this. Yes, there are better people that may be better than you in that aspect, but still tell yourself that, yeah, I can actually do this and I can actually be good. So yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I believe that they've said it all. Start early, and when you start, make sure that you continue learning. Make sure that you put in so much in yourself. You are making sure that you're better. There's no day that you're not better than the you're not a better version than the previous day. And make sure that you network. And also, when you are starting, start with what you have, right? You can start with that free resource. Even if you do not have the money to take the course yet, there are a lot of free resources. There's Coursera, there's Free Code Camp. There are just a lot of places that you can learn. And while you are learning, make sure that you're networking with people. Try to get mentors at events like this. Reach out to people. People are willing to help. A closed mouth is a closed destiny. And I do hope that we've gotten the best from this session. And I would see you at the top. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
A round of applause for them. One more round of applause for Swiss Africa. Thank you so much. Okay, please can you stay for a photograph? So thank you so much everyone for paying so much attention. So we would be going on a quick break. Um, when it's time for us to come back, it will be announced. So we converge here again. So we move on to the next session. All right, please. A round of applause for ourselves one more time. So please, let's go on a break now. We'll come back very shortly. All right. So please, if you want to move out, please kindly drop the headsets. All right. Put them on the chairs. Okay. So if you want to go out, drop the headsets. So when you come back, you can put them on. All right. Thank you very much. we'll be talking about women in tech capital, how to, get funding for women in tech, reframing women led tech ventures as an investable opportunity. That is what we would be talking about. So, for the speakers, I'd like to introduce the speakers. The first person here is Mrs. Ifeoluwa Ogunfuwa, Program Manager, Impact Investors Foundation, IIF. A round of applause for her. All right, please come forward. Thank you very much. Okay, you can hear. All right. So the next speaker for this session, Mrs. Tinuade Oguntuyi, General Manager, Technical Information Connectivity Solutions Limited. A round of applause for her. I am not sure she's here yet. All right, and to moderate this session, I'd like to call on Mr. Samuel Efosa Austin, Head of Partnerships and Fundraising, Impact Investors Foundation, IIF. Thank you very much. All right, you said you have a presentation, Papa. So I would have to delay us for a few minutes. Let me talk to the person in charge. Thank you. All right, sorry for the break in transmission. So while they are sorting that, I'd like to share some of the things that I took with me from the first session. So the first thing I took with me is value your time. All right, so that's one of the things that I would be taking on with me. How to, value my time, not to waste my time on frivolities. Another thing is know your what, why, and when. I don't know if there's anyone here from the first session that could, talk a little bit about this. I think one of the speakers mentioned something about knowing your what, why, how, and is it when. So just the three. Okay, so can you like maybe talk a little bit about it? Um, you know, the conversation surrounding that statement. Can you like try to bring it up? Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So, yeah, she spoke about knowing your what, why, and how, and she gave a story about herself on getting into the university. She had a what, and that was to make a first class. She had a why, and that was to get a better paid job, and how was to study hard, and she'll be able to make the first class if she is able to study hard, and with that she'll be able to get a better paid job. Thank you.
Try to say a little bit more. So if you would apply that to like a real life situation as it relates to you, how would you, put it?
Okay, so I have a business I run.
Yeah.
I sell fragrances.
Okay.
So I can apply that to it by, okay, what do I want to achieve with this business, right? Am I thinking globally or just maybe small scale, right? So if I can see a bigger frame of the business, like I want to go globally about it, that's my what. Then why am I doing this? I mean, to make money. So,
Right.
and how am I going to achieve this? Public awareness, my advertisements, and other things. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. A round of
Thank you,
applause
ma'am.
for her. All right. Thank you. Okay, so another speaker spoke about, you know, being your authentic self in life as it relates to maybe your business when it comes to people, being your authentic self. So I'd like to ask us a question. Do you think there's any instance when we have to, hide who we are originally? I mean, just keep a bit of yourself. You know, I don't want to say pretend, but okay, it's on now. Okay, I'll go back to my question. All right, thank you very much. We have our slides now, the presentation. All right, cheer. A round of applause for her.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Um, I can see that this is an audience of young people, so I'll try as much as possible to break down the information into a format that you can easily understand. Um, my name is Ifeoluwa. I'm from Impact Investors Foundation. Um, the Impact Investors Foundation is a non-profit established in 2019 to unlock impact capital for social enterprises. And when I talk about social enterprises, they are businesses that have social and environmental impact. Is there a clicker? Okay, next slide, please. So this is like the general overview of what I'll be speaking to today. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I've mentioned, we work across the spectrum of capital ecosystem in Nigeria. We work with investors, we work with businesses who absorb the capital, we work with policymakers, and we work with intermediaries. For HIF, the intermediaries we work with are enterprise support organizations, those organizations that we also refer to as BDSPs. So what we do generally is to empower them with the necessary skills and training to be able to train SMEs in the ecosystem. We also have a fund that we are developing because we realize that most of the capital coming into Nigeria are from DFIs, international investors. So what we are trying to do in the country is to unlock impact capital from domestic capital providers in Nigeria. And we have a fund that we are designing at the moment, which we are fundraising for. It is a $1 billion fund, but it is not directly investing in SMEs. It is a fund of funds investing through fund managers who would then go ahead and invest into SMEs. Next slide, please. So last year, we embarked on a journey to design what we call a gender equity and social inclusion roadmap because we realized that there is a huge capital gap in terms of investment in female-led businesses. We partner with PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, to develop a roadmap that will provide like a guideline for everyone operating in the ecosystem. I've already mentioned the stakeholders that we work with in the ecosystem, the investors, businesses, policymakers, and intermediaries. So we try to understand the challenges they have when it comes to investment in women-led businesses, and also through the interactions that we had with them, we were able to design a roadmap that identified short-term, mid-term, and long-term recommendations or strategies for everyone in the ecosystem to be able to take action. In terms of businesses, how do you ensure that you are ready to attract that capital as a women-led business or a business designed to provide services and products for women? As an investor, how are you positioned so that you are able to invest in women-led businesses? As an intermediary, how are you training SMEs to ensure that they are investment ready? And as policymakers, how are you ensuring that policy supports investment in women? So what are the core concepts of the Jesse roadmap? Jesse, the full meaning of Jesse is gender equity and social inclusion. It is an approach or a concept designed to ensure that programs, businesses, policies, and even organizations, in wherever they are or in whatever sector they operate in, they address the root causes of exclusion. Now, um, for our work, we didn't only focus on women, we focused on persons with disabilities and also young people. And for gender lens investment, this refers to an approach used by investors themselves to be able to identify if this, this female-led venture is ready to attract capital. It is like a deliberate effort by an investor to select women or female-led ventures such that when they are trying to invest in portfolio companies, they ensure that a particular percentage of their fund goes into female-led businesses. So right from the pipeline development, when they are trying to train or get the business ready, they ensure that a percentage of that cohort has female-led ventures. They ensure that during their due diligence, they screen for certain things that they want to see. For example, how many women are on their board of directors, how many female employees do they have, do they have policies in place to guide against gender-based violence and other things. And that was why we developed the Gender and Jersey Roadmap. It is a 10-year strategy. It was launched last year, so this year is the first year of our implementation. Why is it important as a business or as an investor to align with this Jersey? Like I said earlier, there is a huge capital gap. We need to close the capital gap. It is not only the investor that has to close the gap. The business has a role to play. ESOs, they also have a role to play. Policymakers also have a role to play. To ensure talent retention, organizations that have policy in place to protect women, that provide parental leave, that allows their women, especially those nursing mothers, to go on maternity leave. Organizations that have a clear career growth plan, even for women, it helps to ensure that the employees stay in those organizations. Also, it is also crucial for expansion, for confidence, for ESG alignment. ESG is a practice that investors look out for when they screen businesses. How are you aligning with the environmental, social, and governance issues in the ecosystem? So let's go into the data. Sorry, let me take. So let's go into the data and what it says about how women-led businesses attract capital. Um, Based on insights we got from available data in the ecosystem, we discovered that female-led ventures who are CEOs themselves, owners of those businesses in the tech ecosystem, there are only 12% of them. Based on the 2025 data, last year data. Co-founders, there are like 20.7% in Africa. However, the percentage of funding that came to them was only 2%. So it means that how many percentage went to male-led businesses? 98%. That is huge. So the estimation of the funding gap that we have for female-led ventures is 2.15 billion. This shows the capital development and deployment, investments in female-led ventures in the past 6 years, from 2019 to 2025. That line under the graph shows the value of capital that went into female-led ventures. You can see that it did not go beyond that line. There's no spike. It did not increase at any point. It was just parallel all through. And the line above it, you can see there's a spike, and then it went up, and it came down, and it went up again. But for female-led businesses, nothing changed over the past 6 years. In terms of sectoral breakdown of the investment, most of this investment went into the fintech sector. Then we have the edtech, health tech, agri-tech, clean tech, cybersecurity, and the last category is the legal tech. Now, this is the most recent data from last year. Um, Last year, generally in the ecosystem, there was an increase in the volume of capital that came into Africa, and a lot of tech companies got the share of that capital. However, out of this year, in terms of the number of deals, those that went to women-led businesses are um, comes up to 19%. And for the value of the deal, we can see it's just 10% that went to male-led business and female-led businesses. It means that 90% of that funding went to men. The previous graph I showed, if you look at the graph very well, when you calculate the total amount that went to female-led businesses, it did not enter the $1 billion amount. It just remained around millions of dollars. However, the male-led businesses had already been, they are always in the $1 billion mark. Above that, they never came down to $1 million mark. Um, in terms of Nigeria, Nigeria still ranked as one of the top 10 in terms of the number of deals that went into female-founded companies. There are systemic barriers. That is why we still are where we are after 6 years. 6 years, there are a lot of systemic barriers. In terms of ecosystem barriers, the way there are biases and stereotypes when it comes to how investors view female-led ventures. They feel we don't have the capacity to manage a business. They feel probably the funding will be too much for you to manage as a woman. There are so many barriers. I think we will go into that later on. Also, in terms of education gap, only few women are in the STEM ecosystem. There are legal, there are cultural barriers, and most of the capital that comes into Africa generally, 80% of them are from foreign investors. And that is why, as IIF, we are focusing on unlocking the domestic capital because Africa has its own capital. We need to tap into those funding sources. So, in terms of the entrepreneurial activity in Africa, 24% um, is being captured by the female entrepreneurs. 58% of women are self-employed. 40% of MSMEs have their home businesses. However, they are not getting the funding that they require. And so what happens? These female-led businesses, they remain small for a very long time because they don't even have enough capital to scale. But when the huge funding goes to the male-led businesses, they are able to scale at a really fast rate. And when they scale, they will attract more capital. But for women, it's difficult to scale even because they don't even have the fundamental support that they need to reach a certain stage in their business. Um, and it's been proven that female-founded companies in Africa achieve more with less because they need to prove that they are capable. With less resources, they always achieve more. They always need to work like 10 times more than the male-led counterparts. And also, it has been discovered that the African female-founded fintech companies grow twice as much as others. There are lots of opportunities in Africa, but we need more. There are so many VCs that are already channeling funding to women, but there are a lot of women in the entrepreneurial space. So we need more capital for them, and we need more of those initiatives. And data has shown that in the investment committees, those who are the decision makers, who decide who gets funded, more women are participating in those investment committees. However, we are still in the early stage. That has not translated to increased investment in women. So we have a lot of work to do as businesses, as policymakers, as accelerators or ESOs, as investors. As a business, you need to position yourself, and that is why Jesse is very, very important. How are you ensuring that you are ready? How are you positioning yourself as a female-led business? Do you have women employees in your team? Do you have policy in place to tackle risk like gender-based violence? Those are the positioning that businesses need to do. In terms of accelerators, they need to support businesses to be investment ready. In terms of government, we need to ensure that even in terms of budget, there is enough budgeting for gender responsive programs. I also like to invite you to join our community of practice, which is called the Inclusive Capital Community, where we support businesses to become investment ready, where we support businesses to ensure that they are JESI aligned, so that all through their processes, there's JESI integration in their processes. It's not only about collecting gender data, but integrating it into your structure, into your HR practices, into your product design, services design, and so that you are better positioned when you meet with investors. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ife, and thanks everyone for just listening to this data. It's interesting because we will jump into the conversation now about why is this data like this, and what are the ways that we can change the ecosystem differently. My name is Samuel Efosa Austin. I work for Impact Investors Foundation. My job there is to build the ecosystem and shape partnership and also raise the fund. And one of the things that we're seeing is we're trying to raise $8 billion for women for the next 10 years. And some of these gaps are some of the things that we have to close as I speak to partners and speak to other people. So on the panel here with me are, Ife already leads our community of practice here, and we have Tinu Ade as well with us. I'll just take a moment to let them introduce themselves, and then I'll start with my questions immediately. Ife has already introduced herself. Tinu Ade, do you want to tell us a little about yourself? I know there are mics on the chair.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tinuade Oguntui, and I work in ICSL, an indigenous ISP here in Nigeria, by the way. Will be 2 decades very soon, and I lead the technical team. It's a pleasure to be here. Some of these things that Ife had drilled out for us to see are things we see on a daily basis, and it's such a privilege to be here to discuss it. Thank you.
Thanks, Tino Ade. And it's always good to see that there are innovation support networks that are focused on women. So I wouldn't waste too much time. We already have seen the data. Like I said, the objective of this discussion here today, one, is to really examine the structure and these behavioral barriers that are limiting capital to flow into women-led technology businesses, and then generate some actionable recommendations for investors, the ecosystem, founders, and even you guys in the room here of how we can change the system. So I'll start with Ife. I know you just shared with us this data, and data increasingly shows that persistent financing gap for women-led enterprise. From an impact investors or investing perspective, what are the biggest assumptions that investors need to challenge when they're evaluating women-led businesses as we see?
So I think I've already mentioned that there are a lot of stereotypes and biases regarding women-led businesses, especially around their personal lives. Even when you work in an organization and you are a woman and you are of a marriageable age, there are those concerns that, okay, she will soon get married, will she be dedicated to the job, she will soon have children, she will go on maternity leave, she will have a husband that requires her attention. So those are the same gender bias that they usually face when they are trying to raise capital for their businesses, because those are the things that investors also look at. Whereas the male counterparts don't have to face um, those questions regarding their personal life. And women, as they've proven time and time again, that they are able to balance both. their business and their personal life. But we'll continue to prove that. Also, there are also notions that women are not technically skilled enough to manage certain roles, to manage their businesses properly, and to generate the kind of profits that investors want. There are also thoughts around or biases around the ability to lead as a woman. So those are some misconceptions that have been preventing women from accessing the capital that they need to grow and scale their businesses. Also, there are few role models in the tech industry that can show businesses what is possible when it comes to investments. And I really appreciate those women that have raised funding are out there speaking their truth, telling women and encouraging them that they can do the same thing they've been able to do. So we need more of those role models to support businesses that are just coming up and they are looking to raise funding for their business.
Thank you so much, Ife. I think those biases you've mentioned as challenges in the ecosystem. It's interesting from the marriage perspective and their relationship with men, and then their relationship with the skills, and then it's interesting to see that. And I will come to Tinuade now on the other side of, apart from these investors' bias that looking at the female-led businesses and saying, oh, we should invest in these female-led businesses and remove all these bias, as Ife has just mentioned. From your perspective, in the tech ecosystem and your experience, where do women-led tech businesses tend to lose this momentum on the journey of moving their innovation to investment, and what needs to change?
Okay, thank you very much. There is this popular saying that will say talent is ubiquitous. We have talent, we have people, and that is the same way it is for women. We are innovative, we have ideas. I will always say this, and I mean it, that a woman by design, is somebody that can bet ideas and nurture and bring forth. And that happens with almost everything we do. While Ife was speaking, I was looking at her keenly because, like the two cases she had mentioned, looked like she was talking about my story. Let me not take it alone from the entrepreneurial part that we all look at it from. What about the entrepreneurial part? I work in an organization as a woman, and we come up with ideas and say, oh, this is what we are saying the market is demanding. This is what we need to do. And somebody is questioning you that, oh, how sure are you that this ideas is going to be the one that will break the market, or that is going to take us forward? And the belief looks like it's really, really limited because it's coming from a woman. After all, you're married and your husband can tell you not to stop work tomorrow. So why should I trust you? Why should I believe that tomorrow you will even show up to pursue this idea that you have bet? So I think most time is having that community. We might disregard this a lot, but I know there is one of my mentors then. She used to be an expatriate in Anakin. And she's a Nigerian, but she's an expatriate because she came from Britain. And one of the issues that she said to me that she faced is, Tinu, when I give them ideas and say everything, they'll say, what do you know? You earn the money to go and buy Gucci bags. But the other people that are contemporaries will come with even less ideas, and they are, embraced. So I think that support system is one thing we really need to work about, or work on. And another time she told me, Tino, I don't go to clubs, and the deals are sealed in the club. So my male contemporaries go to the club and they get the deals sealed. So do you have to compromise maybe your nature, your first nature, because you want to prove a point? If I said we'll prove point, and I tell people, as women, you do 10x. It's not even 2x like some people say. Me, I tell people you do 10x. I know my voice is not as sonorous as a lady's voice should be, but imagine if you hear me talk, won't you know I'm a woman? But people will still talk to me like, hello, sir, because I'm saying something technical. So if that bias stands, how much more in this life circle, different, curveballs on the way that stops women. So it's not about the innovation. Women are very innovative by design. We are. By design, we are. But how many men in this room support their women? Maybe we should start from there. Are you a brother and you support a sister? Are you husband, you support a wife? Uncle, you support a niece? It starts from there. How much do they believe in whatever they are bet that it will see fruition or it will come to fruition because you are that one voice they can come to? So when we talk about ally, I mean I spell it in capital letters because it is very needful. You don't know how much it means, but it goes a long way. So if this network is not there, you don't have the people. Okay, let's say 10 people are in a committee to assign funds, and 9 of them are already men. What chances do you think the lady stands? Because the men will speak their language. So you need that one woman to shout on top of the roof to convince other people. Except maybe there is yet another voice that is an ally that says, you know what, from records, from this, from the tables, from the numbers, this woman stands a chance. So we can do better culturally, society, family. Tell that little girl, don't play with only baby dolls. Pick a car, destroy it, and rebuild it. It comes from there, and they become, audacious and be able to face anything. So I think one point I want to stay on is we need our community of support. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yes, please put your hands together for that. I think that's really cool. Lady Tinuade, I'm with you. I'm one of the Alliance for the Men, just so
you.
that you know that
Please
all the
clap
men
for
here,
him.
thank you. All the men here join us in making sure that you see, I'm trying to raise 8 billion for women. I literally, I personally believe this. And one of the things, and just before I go to the next question, is I always think about the fact that there are specific technologies and solutions that are very particularly and peculiar to women. For example, I heard that in Kenya, women actually um, literally have sex to get pad. I was broken. I was like, to get sanitary pad, they have to prostitute for the sanitary pad. They're not even prostituting for the money, oh, for the sanitary pad. And I thought, shouldn't there be a robot already producing sanitary pad that somebody would have built that we can press a button and it will give? What is going on? So I think there's some specific things. The other part I will talk about is there's a lady down in our community that is building solutions for children type of food that is made with robotics. And I'm like, food for kids. So you see, there are specific things about what women nurture upon the earth that should be funded in general. And if it's not being funded, it's not just even their innovation alone. Them as people, there are things that should be funded. And I think this, every time I think about it in my head, I think of feminism and racism. Black people also need to be funded. Women need to be funded. So think about the kind of things that Africa needs need to be funded. Women also need to be funded. I'm glad that many of these things are moving up. And this will lead me to my next question. And Lady Tinade, thank you for just even speaking on that point of community. I know that Ife spoke today about the Jesse. And Ife, I'll come to you now. As the conversation on this genderless investing evolves, because these are things that we should be putting in these communities where they understand what genderless is, seeing these things. As they evolve, how can investors move from just simply tracking gender indicators to using this Jesse integration as a practical tool for improving their investment quality, the managing their risk, and even generating stronger outcomes around investment?
So I know there might not be investors in the room, but it is important for businesses to understand what investors look at so that they can ensure that their businesses are structured in that line. So it's not a challenge when they meet with investors. They are already in line and they are confident that those are the things that they will look out for and they have those structures in place. So for investors that want to be intentional about investing in women, I would advise them to sign up to the 2S Global Criteria. So the 2S Global Criteria is a framework, a globally recognized framework that provides a structured approach and guidelines for investors all through their investment processes, right from pipeline development, diligence, their investment structuring. There are certain criteria that 2S Global has put in place, and it's also put in place certain threshold. There are usually 5 criteria for the 2S criteria. The first one is entrepreneurship. So what this looks like is that is the business a female founded business? If it is not founded by a woman, is it co founded by a woman? That is one of the things that investors look out for. Investors that want to be intentional about investing in women. They also look at the employment structure, they look at the hiring process. How many women do you have in the senior leadership team? Are you supporting women's career growth, or are you only supporting the men? So organizations that want to position themselves need to look at their leadership team. If you don't have any woman there, you need to start making plans to ensure that women are promoted to that position. If you don't have anyone in line, maybe you have to recruit someone to be in the senior management team so that you are better positioned. Then apart from the senior management team, how many women do you have in your workforce? Is there a balance or is there a bias in that? So those are the things that that is another criteria under the 2S global. I've already spoken to the entrepreneurship, the leadership, that is the senior management. Another one is the consumption. If, for example, you are a business providing healthcare services, do you have special package for women? Do you have special services for women that is customized to their needs? Those are the things that investors look at, especially investors with gender lens criteria. If you are providing products, do you have specific products designed specifically for women? It shows that um, you are considering women in everything that you do. In terms of your hiring, okay, I've already mentioned employee. In terms of hiring, do you, for example, when you're advertising a role, you can be intentional about saying women are encouraged to apply. I'm sure that we have seen that. That positions you as a business that supports women. Then we have in terms of investment, in terms of for financial intermediaries, in terms of funding, or it can be in terms of credit facilities, especially for banks. What's the percentage of loans that go to women-led businesses for a bank that is trying to raise funding? So those are the criteria that investors that are intentional about investing in women look at. So businesses can also, in the same way, structure their business so that they are better positioned when they are in front of an investor. These are the things they can present to the investor that we are doing. They also need to have policy in place. I think I've already mentioned those policies like gender-based violence policy, um, inclusion policies, policies that ensures that there's the pay gap is not very, very wide for men and women, and so many other policies that support women. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ife. And it's always good to hear from these two perspectives, one from the ecosystem perspective and then from the investment perspective. And thanks, Ife, for sharing that. Guys, it'll be fascinating to let you know that even as IF, we're very particular about, funding impact. And if we're looking at impact, is that if women were not funded before, they need to be funded now. And from this 2X criteria that you have heard here today, don't take it for granted, because me, when I even studied it, I was like, wow, I didn't even know that women could not be fund managers until 1993. 1993. Ah, I was like, oh God, no fund manager. So the 2X criteria were the ones that brought up the charter to make sure that women were now investors. And the charter did not even go live until like the year 2000. And I'm like, from 1993, they were even still slowing it down, slowing it down. So to be honest, study the 2X criteria, talk to people about it, study it yourself and get to know more about it. And thanks, Ife, for sharing that with us. All right, I'll come to my final question before I come to a wrap of this session. I think we're already doing very well. And Lady Tunade, this is for you. I know that Ife has spoken about from this investor perspective, but we spoke about the momentum of these startups, right? Or these women-led innovation. There's a growing attention in inclusion in entrepreneurship, but let's focus on scaling things that are already existing, right? What distinguishes a women-led tech venture that successfully attracts growth capital from those that remain underfunded? And before I do that, I want to just ask the room, how many are women here that have a tech product? Please, let me see your hands. You must do. I saw you practicing your pitch outside. You. You're not raising up your hand. It looks like you don't want to get funding from Ife here that is investor. You go home.
You have
Okay.
a
I want to
potential
see.
investor.
Raise your hand properly now. Let's see you. Raise it with power. See, Lady Tinuade is here. She can help your business to find money. Raise it. Let her see you so that when you are speaking to her later, she will not ignore you.
I will come to Ife
Yeah.
and
So,
ask for support.
okay. So you've seen them in the room now. What is that? What distinguishes that businesses that find money? You know, we met one earlier today. Now, the cold room, um, cool box. The lady that just used freezer with solar. That innovation is so simple. Solar energy and a fridge and a freezer, and she just got 2 billion naira. How many of you know about her? How many women in the room know about her? Okay, we need to do that community better, Lady Tinuade. So, what distinguishes that type of lady that gets that type of funding from from other ladies? Let's.
Okay, I know we've spoken a lot about inclusion. In fact, the panel I'll be joining next is largely talking about inclusion, and it is fine. To be honest, we want the inclusion. Maybe before I answer this question, sorry for the digression, but I wanted to quickly say something to the Kenyan women that he said about having sex to get sanitary towels. But I want to drop this on us in the room. Do you think once how women in prison survive their menstrual cycle? I just dropped that. Yeah. So let me go back to
do
the
that.
question. So I'm just dropping that so that when we begin to also develop, solution services, we see critically where they are also needed. While inclusion is good, I think one of the barriers that I personally noticed had happened to most women is because we bring our products to the market like, oh, it's for inclusion. And the investor is looking at, why is it not for growth? Why is it not for growth? Because, there's something, a campaign, like a kind of solo campaign I started then. Everywhere they will say women in tech, women in tech. I'm like, why are you calling me women in tech? Why can't I be a leader in tech? Do you call people men in tech? So why can't you call me a leader in tech? So I changed it to LIT. I did that solo campaign with hashtag a while on most of my LinkedIn posts because I wanted to just honestly, and with all due respect to all the men, our allies in the room, I have husband and brothers and all that. You are doing well, but every woman and every girl you see also have brains. They can think, they can do things, they can change stories. So don't let's look, if our parents or our grandparents had taught us that women are less, let us change the narrative. I tell my boys, the girl in your class might not be as good as you are in maths. It's not because she's a girl. And if she knows something, be humble to go to her and learn it. So most of this comes because we feel this is how it should be. Please develop solutions that will change the stories of nations. So that you are not coming and they are now doing a pity party and like, let us just embrace it so that at least they won't say women are not included. Now, do you know they just tick the boxes just to make inclusion a thing in most organizations? For some of them, maybe to even get awards, not truly because they care about it. So bring that product, bring that solution. You have sat on it, you have brainstormed, you have done your market research and all. Bring it out as something that is growth related, that will solve problems. So that it's not like a pity party kind of solution. It's not a pity party kind of service. It's something that is definitely changing the narratives or changing the landscape of whatever problem it is. I give you one more before I hand over the mic. Once on a team, there were men and there were no women on that team. And they wanted to develop an app that will measure human beings' metrics. And after everything, beautiful one, guess what was missing at the end of the app creation? The menstrual cycle of the woman. Nothing tracks ovulation. Guess what? If I were to be on that team, every month I experience this, won't it matter to me? I would definitely say it. Inclusion by design, very, very important. Growth as a target when you develop your solutions is also very important. Thank you.
That's a powerful place to close this session. I think that was fascinating to just share. I will give each of the panelists 30 seconds to speak from their perspective. I know Ife is an investor. Don't play with her. See her for money. Um, and and Tinu Ade, ecosystem builder. I'll give you guys 30 seconds to just speak from your perspective to those in the room that are women-led tech, whatever it is in your heart to say to them right now, and I'll just wrap up the session. 30 seconds, please, each of you. Do you want to go first? Let's do it. Go first. Let's invest.
Ma, no, what I just want to say is that every time we hear women don't support women, you be that change. Support that girl, support that woman, support that mother, support that person next to you that is doing something or had even told you an idea. Not until then will we gain that entry into the places that matter. And guess what? You'll be able to take decisions that will also impact that next woman. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tiniore. Yes, Ife.
So I learned recently that some businesses don't want to grow because they don't want to pay taxes. You are limiting yourself. You are limiting yourself because there are a lot of opportunities. The tax that you want to pay is just a minute sum out of how much you can make in the ecosystem. So try as much as possible to give your business everything that it needs and requires, all the resources, all the connections, all the expansion that you need to grow your business so that you can attract the funding that you need to scale.
Amazing. This was really powerful. Guys, please put your hands together. And you heard the investor. Make sure that your money, you're aligning to the money, and make sure that your money is making more money, right? This was a great panel. I just want to just wrap up with these thoughts. I think one of the most powerful thing I took from this conversation today is that there's a limitation being black and even a woman. So you see now that there's even levels to the problem. But what I took from today is that we must stop doing this inclusion pity party. Do you know that we do fintech in Africa, and fintech has made billions, but people are still living in poverty? So they call it that it's fintech for financial inclusion, but we are not included into the finance of the global south. But they've used us to make loads of money in the billions, right? In the money point and the rest of them, right? It's the same thing happening in the women's sector. So let's start to change the narrative of how we pitch away from that inclusion to saying we need to grow this because people need it. Example, women in the prison that don't have sanitary pad. That is a business opportunity as itself, right? Who creates that partnership to sell to all the prisons across Nigeria and all the prisons across Africa? Have you thought about it? That's a growth business. That is a growth business there because if one prison starts to buy it, other prisons will start to buy it. Have you done that work, right? Do for the growth than just the inclusion. The inclusion is a design, but the inclusion is not what we need. The growth is what we need. Thank you so much for listening to us. God bless you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panel. Thank you.
All right.
We're taking pictures, apparently.
Okay, pictures. All right, a big round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much. All right, so we would be moving very quickly. This is the last panel session we would be having today. Thank you so much for, staying. So right now we would be moving to excited about this. Yeah. All right. So we have a couple startups here today, and I would be introducing them one after the other. So the first one, Dev Track It. All right, hello. A round of applause, a round of applause. I mean, great stuff. So Dev Track It is a smart assistant that manages and tracks your journey from tech enthusiast to tech expert. Okay, please come forward. Thank you so much. I think you can take any of the seats, maybe here or there, whichever one. All right, thank you very much. So the next one, Farah Assist. Farah Assist, hello. Okay, so Farah Assist is a growing virtual assistant agency that connects entrepreneurs to the skilled virtual assistants necessary to solve itinerary and operational issues. All right, welcome. So the third one, Kishron Innovation Hub. Kishron. Okay, so Kishron Innovation Hub is Nigeria's premier hub committed to providing world-class, engaging, age-appropriate coding education to children from ages 5 to 16. Their mission is to ignite the potential in every child. All right. So the next one, Metriverse. Hello, Metriverse. All right. Okay, so I think you can take this. Sit. So, Metriverse is the personalized maternity app designed to guide prospective mothers through their first journey with understanding and confidence. All right, so the next one, Ocean Helm. Ocean Elm. All right, okay, thank you. Can come forward. So it is a maritime intelligence platform designed to tackle Africa's needs with end-to-end maritime data. All right. So the next one we have is Real Nosh. Real Nosh. A round of applause for Real Nosh. Real Nosh is the foodies app allowing you to follow and taste your favorite food creators' dishes on call and demand. I'm a certified foodie, so yeah, thank you very much. So the next one, She Drives. Okay. She Drives is the first female-focused drivers app with a focus on female safety and comfort. Great stuff. All right, She Drives. Please come. Oh, you're there. All right, thank you very much. The last one here, the last but not the least here. Tayora Sustain. Tayora. Okay. Hello. All right. Thank you. I think you can move closer. Is it just you or okay? So here. Come closer. So Tyra Sustain focuses on the need to sustainably use and recycle our fabrics in a fashionable and tasteful method. Great. All right, we have great stuff here, and I'm really excited to, hear from every one of us. So we would be having a live pitch, right? So we're going to hear from every one of you. We have 7 minutes each for each startups. All right. So we have after the 7 minutes, we have 2 minutes for questions. All right. So we would be doing this with two great people, two great programs manager. They know their onions, right? So trust them for fair judgment and all of that. So after the whole session, we would be announcing the winners, and then we get to go home. So I'd like to introduce the first judge, Eunice Alabi. She's the programs. Okay, before you clap, she's the programs manager for Plus Factor Grant and the School of Grant Success, SGS. A round of applause for Eunice Alabi. Welcome. Please have your seat. All right, the next person, Stella Keshinro. Stella Keshinro. She's the programs manager for FGN, IDICE Founders Lab Program, and Hub Manager plus Incubation Hub. A round of applause for her. Welcome, Stella. Also, they would be the judges for this session, and I want to wish us a very great time. So the first, according to the list I have here, there's no preference or nothing. So I'd be calling on the first startup, Dev Track It. All right. Okay. Welcome. So you have 7 minutes. Then after that, you have 2 minutes for questions. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to like move a bit short-sighted. Okay. What? Okay, it's fine. Thank you. Can I start? Okay, please hold on. Fine. Please just let me know when to start.
Okay, good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Koforola Shoni, and here with me I have Lilian Balogo, and we are building Dev Track It. Let me tell you a quick story that stuck with me recently. A few weeks back, when I was heading back after getting my NYC discharge certificate, I met an NYC copper like me, and with our little interaction, she was practically calling all of her friends that she could get a hold of because she recently got like a job link that was sent to her, and the thing that was told to her was that she needed to submit by the end of the day. So she was practically calling all of her friends that she could get a hold of that do they have a CV or a CV template they could send to her. And that kind of stuck with me because the career market is a game of numbers and we're quite aware of that. And that's what brought about this problem statement. First of all, a lot of graduates when they get out of the out of school actually they want to get a job and they navigate it blindly without focusing on what is the real deal. Now we also have the method, something I call the spraying and praying technique. A lot of graduates apply to every and any job that they come across with the hope that they will land something. We also have another one, which is the data gap. When I'm talking about the tech hubs, accelerator program, and all of it, they have this thing that they use to pitch to investors, partners, and even the students themselves. They tell them that at the end of this program, you'll be able to get a job placement with this skill that you've learned. But the thing is that at the end of the day, they do not have any metrics or leverage. Now let's move to the professionals. The professionals that we have, people that have gotten jobs or that actually work in the space, one thing about it is that they are so relaxed, they do not care about their market value, and they do not even try to, keep metrics of their achievements and all of those things because they are too relaxed. Now let's go to the solution. Yeah, that's why we built DevTrackIt. DevTrackIt is a one record that built itself. And what do I mean by that? For job seekers, we brought everything into one platform. So what a graduate needs to do is, if you're a job seeker or anybody looking to upskill and all of these things, all you need to do is to put your job description that you found or anything, just put a one tab and our system or tool is able to extract all the details in one tab. And when it extracts these details, it not only stops there, it goes a bit further by helping you to get all the information you need. And when it gets all the information you need, it's able to tailor your CV based on the description and the information you've given to our system. And we also have another thing, which is the AI simulated interview. What does this AI simulated interview do? It helps graduate job seekers to prepare for an actual interview by giving, and at the end of the interview, it gives you information such like, oh, how did you respond to question? How was your behavior, the way you interacted with the AI? It's going to give you information and metrics on how to improve. Now we have something called the brag sheet, and this is for the employers. The brag sheet it helps you to measure metrics, your achievements, and all of those things. And you might want to ask me something like, okay, how do we now confirm that this brag sheet is solid? We have something called the cosign. This cosign is signed by a supervisor that awarded that metrics or that particular achievement. Now let's go to the dashboard too, and this is what we offer to accelerators, businesses. They can onboard their cohorts into that platform and get real-time data on their students. Next slide. According to the data and analysis, we can see that we have over 872 digital economics ecosystem, and it is growing day by day. And what we want to achieve is to have at least over 1,000 conversions from the career phase to the employee phase. So yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Kofo. I'm sure from what my partner has said, you are wondering how do we make money and how do we grow sustainably? Well, we have three business models that I'm going to share with you today, which is the consumer freemium. The consumer freemium caters to individual users on our platform, and this includes professionals and graduates. So they have access to our free features. The free features include the job tracking tool and also the brag sheet. Whereas if they want to access a more pro feature, which is the email tracking and the AI simulation interview, they will have to pay a monthly pro subscription for that. Now, for the institutional SaaS, they caters to educational institutions such as the tech hubs, accelerators, which will pay a monthly pro subscription to onboard their students onto our platform, and this is to track their job hunting journeys throughout their job hunting journeys. Now, for the talent marketplace, this caters to companies that would like to access metrics proven professionals in our database, and of course they will have to pay for this to access it. Now, the interesting thing about our engine is the acquisition loop. So now we do not need to spend hundreds of thousands of naira on marketing. Not that it is bad to spend that on marketing, but when a B2B, an institutional B2B um, institution such as the accelerators, the tech hubs, they pay to onboard their users, their students onto our platform. Imagine educational institution having thousands of students and onboarding that into our platform. Once they grow from job seekers into professionals, that is getting a job, they are able to afford our pro subscription. Therefore, it turns them naturally into our premium users. Now, the 500,000 equity seed, what will it do for us at DevTrack It? Firstly, 50% of this is going to go into server, hosting, and database. And 30% of it is going to go into APIs and web hook architecture, which will be used for the email tracking and the job tracking system. Now, 20% of this is going to go into a better cohort onboarding and for data privacy to protect users' career records. Now, our goal is clear. Right now, what we have is we have a live wait list and also an MVP in active build. Now, within a period of 90 days, we plan to launch our MVP and also sign our first two institutional or pilots. Now, fast forward to 12 months, what we plan to do is to increase it from 2 to 10 institutional partners and to have a growing um, premium base and a proven conversion loop. So over to you. Okay, so my name is Balogun Lilian, and I'm a product designer of over 3 years of experience working with startup founders, stakeholders to help to improve user journeys and um, user journeys. And I'm currently a product designer at an e-commerce company, same as my co-founder here. She's currently a software engineer at a fintech company. So this is our scan if you want to join our waitlist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, a round of applause for them. Great stuff. Okay, please, you have questions for them? What? Not yet.
Okay, what's your name again? Um, Let me ask her. She's the one that spoke about data privacy. So just give us. We don't have much time, right? So give us like a quick rundown of how you are going to achieve that. So you can just say data privacy. It's a sentence, and I'm not trying to downplay everyone here, but I'm sure not everyone can really run it. Just give a rundown what you mean by data privacy. To do that for the business from the seed funding you get, right?
Actually, she would be in a better position to answer this question because she's a software engineer working on it.
Okay.
So when we talked about the data privacy, it's in terms of when we start to, use it as a talent marketplace. We do not plan to put the details of our users out there. So that's what we meant by data privacy. And apart from that, because we're also integrating AI, there are also what will I call it? We have put some infrastructure in place in terms of when the email is being forwarded and in terms of
You
parsing.
said something about infrastructure. Those are what I want to hear. The tools, what you want to do. Of course, you say you get seed funding. Oh, I'm going to get this software. I'm going to get. You are not just pitching alone to get seed funding. There are other founders here like yourself that may also gain a thing or two when it comes to that knowledge, right? So you are pitching great, but it's not about just coming to pitch alone. You have to be knowledgeable enough. Whatever you are saying, you have to be able to expatiate it to your funder or whoever is giving you money. All right. So just
So basically, what we meant is for the part of using the brag sheets to, turn it to a market talent pool. We do not just plan to put the details of our users out there. So the way it's going to work is, for instance, if I am a company looking to hire, let's say, a developer that has, built like 10 to, or that's built like 10 startup, or what, like just put it that way. We do not plan to just put the details of our users out there. So we use the brag sheet system, so which kind of, first of all, brings based on those brag sheets a form of what do I call it now? A form of So the way Jumia works, where they suggest, okay, a form of suggestion. So it brings that details, that details in terms of just email and name. So now for you to now really access that particular user, you have to like, more like the company is pitching to them. So you don't just get their details. So it's the user that will now approve if they want their details to go forward for that particular interaction. And that's what we meant by protecting our user data, because we do understand that some people are currently, employed and they do not want their business out there. Then, okay.
Okay, you are not answering the question, but I'll leave it because we don't have time. And in case
Thank
she
you.
also has a question, but maybe before we end, I'll give you some tips
Okay,
on
ma'am.
how to
That would be
say that next
appreciated.
time. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for them.
All right, well done. One thing I wanted to ask you is, do you have an idea of what your total addressable market is? Because now you've mentioned students, you've mentioned businesses. It's more like a B2B, right? You mentioned tech hubs, accelerator startups, and all that. So I wanted to know, do you have an idea what your total addressable market is?
Okay, so we know the market is large, but the way we want to enter the market is through the digital system, first of all. That's why we mentioned the tech hub, the accelerators, because we know if we target to meet everybody at once, there's no way we can do that. But we want to enter through the tech ecosystem by first reaching out to tech accelerators, tech hubs. Then from there, after making sure that our MVP is solid and we've started seeing conversion, then we plan to expand into colleges, universities, and even organizations and companies.
So basically, there's going to be some specific,
Yes.
market that
Yes.
you're looking at,
Yes.
not the entire, right?
Yes, yes, please.
Definitely. All right.
Okay,
All right,
thank
a
you
round
very
of
much.
applause for them. All right, that was Dev Track It. So the next startup we would be calling on is Farah Assist. So please, if you're pitching, please stay close to the screen, all right? So you can, right? The screen is okay, all right. Okay, so stay close to the screen. Thank you so much. So Farah Assist, a round of applause for them.
Okay, so imagine building a business that you believe in, pouring your time, your energy, and your vision into it, only to find yourself most of the time answering emails, scheduling appointments, and, you know, handling tasks that were not part of the reason why you started in the first place. Now, this is the reality of many entrepreneurs today. On the other hand, are African professionals who are willing and ready to learn, who are willing and ready to contribute to the global ecosystem remotely, but lack access to do so. Good afternoon. My name is Colette Adeze Okenwa, and with my partner here is Mercy Oyetunji. We're both representing Farah Assist on behalf of our founder, Favor Oyetunji, who is currently writing an exam today because she is a medical student who refuses to stop building. So there are two problems here today. The first one, the business owners who are completely overwhelmed. I don't know if you can see the screen. Okay. So business owners who are completely overwhelmed and spend, as research says, 40% of their time on administration and operation, which is nearly half or half day of their day lost to administration and operation. On the other hand, are African talents. Africa sits at one of the largest growing workforces filled with African talents that are ready to contribute to the global economy. Farah Assist is a Nigerian-founded operations support company that is created to bridge this gap, connecting business owners to African talents. Now, we are not a virtual assisting agency. We are the operational backbone for growing businesses. So ever since our launch in March this year, Farah Assist has served 6 clients across 3 continents with countries like USA, UK, and Australia. And we currently have a retention rate of 67%. And right now we have 5 active teams with hiring underway. Our clients have experienced, no, go back. Our clients have experienced, our clients have experienced better workflows and smooth running operations. Also, they can now finally focus on the foundation of their business. Go. Okay. Our clients engage us in monthly retainers that are um, tailored to their operational needs. We assign a trained professionals to them, and those professionals integrate into their workflows and build ongoing support. Now, we don't just leave our clients with a complete stranger. We leave them with a professional, and we as the company also stay there to provide operational support to them. Now, the global BPO and virtual assisting market is set to exceed $50 billion by 2030, and Fera Assist sits at the intersection of these two opportunities: businesses needing support and African talent needing access. Now, my partner Mercy Oyetunji will take us through the impact and introduce you to the team better.
Well, thank you so much, Colette. So at Ferro Assist, we are not just focused on the business impact. We are also focused on the social impact. For the business impact, we make sure we reclaim time for our clients. For every of our client that we serve, we make sure we reclaim their time from operational overwhelm and admin tasks, and we create workflow systems for them that will make their business to run smoothly, even without them having to worry. And they will in turn have freedom to focus on revenue, on growth, and even their personal lives and maybe families and other relationships. And for the social impact, can you go back, please? For the social impact, every client we serve creates paid opportunity for an African professional. This means it brings more income to an African professional, and for every African professional that we hire and we will serve to a client, that professional is being trained and being properly mentally and being mentored properly, and this helps to build a sustainable career on the continent. The next slide, please. And if you are awarded this fund at Federal Assist, our goal is to create a permanent digital infrastructure, because at the moment you have a temporary demo website, but this fund will make us to be able to secure our own financial.com domain and build a permanent website. And this will be a credible front door for our digital clients, our global clients. And the second thing that I'll be doing at Ferro Assist is we have a vision for Ferro Assist Academy, and this is to train current and future assistants in the technical skill that is needed to meet the international standard, like CRM automation, AI tools, and the like. But beyond the price at Ferro Assist, we know that the top placement unlocks executive mentorship access, and that relationship, not just the money alone, is what we are here to seek. Next slide. So these are the people behind the work at Fair Assist. Our founder and managing director, Favor Yetunji, who she's a student and a medical student at that. She's an entrepreneur, and she's currently writing an exam in our school. And she built Fair Assist from her first-hand experience supporting international clients. And here with me is Colette Okenwa, who's our executive assistant and brand manager, and our Meso Yetunji, the virtual assistant and customer relationship management support specialist. Next slide, please. So at Fera Assist today, we are like a operation support agency. Tomorrow, it become a scalable agency model, and Fera Assist in the future is building towards having a Pan-African ecosystem, this Pan-African ecosystem will help us to we will create a platform where talent can network. We will train virtual assistant, the future one, and the present one and the future one, and there will be placement opportunities for African professionals to get remote opportunities, even in Africa and outside Africa. In August 2025, we have a founder with a vision. In March 2026, a launch backed by a real system. And in June 2026, we're already working across 3 continents, 67% retention rate, and we have a founder writing medical exam. So Fera Assist is not just a startup. It's a proof that African talent can serve the world, and we are the operation backbone of growing businesses. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That was Farah Assist. Please, over to the judges.
Okay, so you mentioned that you guys are in 3 continents. Can you mention the continents that you are in?
Sorry, I don't want you to
We have currently served 6 clients across 3 continents remotely. So the continents are obviously Europe, North America, and Australia. But the countries we served these clients are US, UK, and Australia.
Okay, awesome. So, is is that safe to say that this initiative is not an African thing?
No, it is African, but right now the demand for this opportunity is international. But we are not excluding African clients. We have just not gotten any African clients yet.
Okay, so do you have like, let me ask, can you just run me through maybe very quickly what your how will I put it now? Your onboarding is going to be like if I was a business that was overwhelmed, right?
Okay. If if you're an business that you were overwhelmed and you reached out to
Yeah,
your
exactly.
career assist.
Yes. Run me through
So
your onboarding process.
okay, you reach out to us and uh our founder will try our founder will have a meeting with the person, with the CEO or the founder or the organization, and try to note, okay, we want to know, okay, how does the organization run, where the lapses are, where the overwhelming is coming from, and we will come up with systems that can work and can bring solution and bring I'm trying to look for the yes, the way to use the operational workflow and the admin work in the organization.
Okay. All right. Let me ask again. Are you currently, you said you're already making revenue, right? So is it okay to ask you what it is so far? I think you said you've been operating for 3 years. Oh, 3 months. Okay, pardon. So what's it like? What's your business model like? I think that's where my question really is.
Okay, so right now our clients engage us in monthly retainer packages adjusted to their own needs. So they pay monthly, and that's how the revenue comes in.
Awesome. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. Well done, Colette. I didn't catch your name. I was. You caught my attention at the ending part where you said when you started, you said you are not a virtual assistant,
Assisting agency.
blah blah blah, and then at the end of your pitching, you said you had a plan for an academy to train assistants. So I don't quite understand that.
Okay, most of us are like she's a virtual assistant, but not all of us are into virtual assisting. We support the operational backbone, as in we are like the operational backbone of the company. So when we are saying we are going to train assistants or we are going to train professionals, it means that there are so many youths these days, not just youths, single mothers at home, mothers that don't go to work, mothers that stay at home. All these people need revenue remotely because it fits their lifestyle. So we are there to train these people on how to earn income while being remote.
Okay, so maybe tweak that out of
Okay, thank you.
your pitch.
Thank you very much.
All right, a round of applause for them. That was Farah Assist. Okay, so the third startup is Kishron Innovation Hub. Kishron, are you ready for us? All right, welcome. Please make sure not to back the camera.
Am I okay like this? All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Inyolua. I'll be pitching Kishore Innovation Hub today. So, a time back, during a demo pitch, a judge once asked me that why does Kishore Innovation Hub even need to exist?
Everyone in the room were quiet, and I then replied and said, because AI can give a child an answer, it cannot teach a child how to think. Here is the reality. Here is the reality in Nigeria today. 65% of children sitting in primary school classroom today will work in jobs that do not yet exist. And Africa and 60% of Africa's population is under 25, the world's youngest population. And 80% of these children use technology every single day, watching, scrolling, playing, but not building. Early skills now are no more, early digital skills now are no more a luxury, it's a great advantage. Now to the problem statement. Children have high screen time but low creative output. Parents are spending heavily on unverified tutors, short-term programs, that are instructor dependent, and they can't really see little visibility into the real learning outcome. Schools, they want to offer coding, right, but they can't find and retain trained tech instructors, and these programs are short term, right, and the moment one teacher leaves, the programs fall apart. All right, so in Nigeria we have tens, okay, let me, sorry. Okay, in Nigeria, we have tens of millions of children, right? And also there's a rising private education spending driven by parents who are genuinely curious about the future of work. And our current focus now is Lagos mainland private schools, right? And according to Lagos State Ministry of Education data, there are about 1,500 registered schools, private schools. And capturing even 1 to 2% represents meaningful, scalable outcome. All right. So I did not learn to code until my 20s. And when I did, it did not just change how I use computers. It changed how I think, how I solve problems, how I look at things that seems impossible and say, I can figure it out. And that is what we are doing. The gap of children consuming technology and not building, that is where Kishron Innovation Hub, comes in. Kishron Innovation Hub is a coding education company in Lagos State, Nigeria, for children ages 5 to 16. We use a standardized age-appropriate curriculum, project-based learning, and a vetted instructor pipeline, and a hybrid model. And how do we do it? Our students don't just memorize syntax, which we are very big on about in Kishron, right? They build project innovations, right, that their parents can see, that they are absolutely proud of. And we execute through a high margin hybrid model. We deliver through school. Like I said earlier, our current focus is Lagos mainland, mid-tier private schools on Lagos mainland, and these are we deliver through school partnerships, in-home tutoring, virtual classes where we serve parents globally, both one-on-one and group classes. And yes, this is the team. Yes. So I as the founder, and then we have our legal representative, the designer, the digital marketer, and our coding instructor, and 7 programs manager, and 7 vetted part-time instructor. Finally, so far we've served 74 students. Finally, at Kishron, when we teach a child how to code, we are not teaching them to compete with AI. We are teaching them, to lead it. Because AI can give a child an answer, right? While Kishron will give them the confidence to ask better questions. And that is the reason why I started Kishron Innovation Hub. I wished I had started so much, earlier. Because education leads to skills, skills leads to job, and job leads to growth. And that is the chain of what we are building at Kishron Innovation Hub, one child at a time. Thank you.
All right, a round of applause for her one more time. So over to the judges.
Well done, Inyolua. Okay, your term, Sam, and some. I noticed that there was no figures at all. It's just write-ups. Do
No,
you
they were
have?
figures them.
Please go back to it.
Okay, for the children, tens of millions of children, our serviceable obtainable market, 1,500 registered schools. Like I said, our current focus is primary schools on Lagos mainland. And according to Lagos State Ministry of Education data, there are about 1,500 registered schools of mid-tier private schools that we are targeting.
That's all.
Yes, ma'am.
My only question would be, what stands you out from your other competitors?
Thank you very much, ma, for the question. What stands us apart is first our standardized curriculum that work across different delivery formats. We have curriculum that fails that when it is brought to school partnership setting does not work, and when it is brought to a virtual setting, it works. So we have a standard curriculum which is project based, right, and outcome based that is scalable across different formats and a vetted instructor pipeline such that if one instructor leaves, because there's a system, because that is what makes a business scalable. What makes a business scalable is something that does not depend on one person. And also our core value is children beyond what they build, skills that really matter, problem solving, critical thinking. A child that is shy before, while starting our coding program, after leaving, after graduating, building things, they have confidence to figure out that, because I am able to solve this bug in my game, I can figure anything out. So that is the core value of what we are doing in Kishron.
Okay, in 2 seconds, I want to also ask, how do you intend to sustain this business?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we intend to sustain the business, right? What do you say, ma'am?
Long-term sustainability.
Long-term sustainability. Right now, I said we have been serving students. We have different hybrid formats, school partnerships, and because of how digital skills is now becoming more recognizable, right, it's very important. So that's why we have different hybrid model. We have school partnerships, virtual class that serve students globally. That is not local. So something that what makes it scalable is that virtual class can serve students globally, irrespective of the location. We also do holiday boot camps, right? And also we are also planning on moving to a learning management system, right, where parents and children, they can have their own programming too. They are not limited, by just, by internet or device issues. So that is, the little progress that we are looking into.
Have you heard of Educare?
Yes. No, no, no,
You've
ma'am.
not heard of Educare. Research about Educare. Lastly, you said something about having 74 students.
Yes, we've served
What's the feedback so far? Do you have proof of that?
Yes. Part of the testimonial that is here. And
All
we
right.
have 88% gross
That's
retention.
enough.
All right, a round of applause for her. So very quickly, we would be moving to Matriverse. All right, you can have your seat. All right, Matriverse. All right.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatia Bello, and with me is Fatia Udusiji, and we represent the Matriverse team. At some point in every woman's life, you're either carrying a pregnancy or you're going through labor. And at this different phase, you are expected to go through it either with your partner, and some people do not even get the chance to go through it like that. Sometimes I hear people say first-time mothers, people say experienced mothers, but really the main difference between them is the number of children you've bettered and nothing more. Your body changes for every pregnancy, your reality is different, and yet we live in a system that is dependent on time, access, infrastructure, and system overall. So the big question for us is labor is a physical marathon. So why are we asking Nigerian mothers to run it without training? Next slide, please. So there's a 1 in 19 lifetime risk of maternal deaths in Nigeria and 28.5% of global burden. first-time mothers in Nigeria face a preparation gap. So this is beyond just information. There's information out there, but are they being coached right? Is there a proper readiness for them? So first-time mothers in Nigeria face a preparation gap, and they enter pregnancy with little to no coaching. They rely on rushed antenatal visits. There's a lot of word of mouth and books written for Western context. And what does this result to? Fear, physical unreadiness, and preventable complications during labor and delivery. With what you can see here on the screen, we have some screen grabs of certain things that are being done across the WHO, FG, and NHIA to address some of these problems. And from our research, we received information from I pushed the wrong way. The labor beds I saw on YouTube was different from what I saw in the hospital bed. My perineum tore, nobody prepared me. So these are some of the conversations that are happening in this space. Next slide. So what's Matriverse? Matriverse is a maternal health technology platform that transforms how Nigerian mothers prepare for childbirth, replacing fragmented generic information with active personalized clinical training built around our own body. I think right now we're trying to change the narrative from she's a superhero. We do not want women to be superheroes in the delivery room. We do not want them to have to fight for their life in the delivery room. At the end of the day, she's just a woman preparing for one of the hardest parts of her life. And if we look at the market currently, there are so many generic pregnancy information. There's passive reading and video content a lot out there. And what's Matriverse doing differently? We have personalized pregnancy information, active AR guided training, and labor rehearsal. Then we have a red flag detection in our system and medical summary details that helps to summarize scan reports. Across talking about the market impacts, we have the AI-driven intelligence. We also have click on it. We have the personalization, which is another key thing for us, and the active clinical training. Moving on, what is inside Matriverse? This is a screen grab of our system at the moment. So we have our AI coaching, number one. Our AI coaching helps you to, at the point of your onboarding, there are certain questions we ask from when was your last period, do you have any medical issues like diabetes and all of that? Because all of this would help inform the AI on how it should work. And then this is 24/7 support. It helps you scan your data, your gestation age, your symptoms and emotional states. It helps to inform the AI on certain things you want to do. And this moves us up to the AR training. For our AR guided training, because we understand that for certain trainings, you cannot do it if you have, for example, diabetes. So the system itself already captures your medical history and helps you to create real-time skeletal guidance and posture correction. So our AR we have a video AR chart that you can stand in front of it and it can help you, it reads your room for you and tells you how you should move your shoulder. And this is just for guided videos. And then for labor rehearsals, for labor, there's a life cycle from the active labor to the transition to early labor. There are certain exercises you need to do. So we have a simulation on the platform as well that helps you to simulate how you should breathe. So we have the deep belly breathing on the system that teaches you how to breathe at certain points. Also, we have our scan-based personalization. So there are so many, at point of your delivery, you have to do some scans and all of that. So through Matriverse, it helps you transform your medical scan into digital pregnancy profile that drives every recommendation, exercise, and insights. Looking at our target audience, we serve pregnant women, healthcare professionals, health institutions, and partners of pregnant women. What's our market like for the TAM? According to the 2025 data, we're looking at 7 million pregnancies and births each year. For SAM, we have 2 to 3 million women with smartphones and internet access. For serviceable obtainable market, we are looking at 100,000 to 500,000 within the next 3 to 5 years. And this will be done in partnerships with healthcare centers and partners as well. What are our business model like? We have 3 key drivers: large and growing pregnancy population, high out-of-pocket healthcare spending, and of course a growing digital health system. For our revenue model, we're looking at subscription fees. Number 2, we're also looking at B2B enterprise annual licensing, because we're looking to adopt this thing called Adopt a Clinic, where we work with a clinic and then we integrate our system into their own system and the mothers can use it. We also have some premium user features and also data and insight service, because we also, beyond just us creating a solution, we also want to inform policies, right, that's happening in the healthcare space. And we believe that we have such insights to also push into the market. This just shows our exponential impact average user year on year. So in year one, we're looking at about 1K users, and hopefully in year five, maybe over 75K users if we get our marketing right, or when we get our marketing right. Meet the team. So we're three on our team. We have our CEO and founder Adeyo Sola. She's a registered nurse with deep clinical experience. We have Fatia as well here with me. She's our UI UX full stack developer, and you have myself, a project manager and lead quality auditor. I'm going to leave with something that behind every maternal statistics is a mother, a family, and a future left behind. So let's change that one mother at a time. Thank you.
A round of applause for them one more time. Please, over to the judges. Question.
Well done. I'm not sure I got your ask and what you would be needing the money for.
Okay, so our ask at the moment is 500K, and we are for plans for the money. Number one is for research and development because there's going to be a lot of research that's going to happen for this project. Number two is IP because as a point of scaling, we're looking to get VR sets at some point, but then a lot of work needs to go in there for the resources that we need. So we're also going to be looking at that. And number three would be for our softwares because currently our softwares are self-funded, and we currently use Azure and AWS. So we need some of these tools to sustain the business. Thank you.
Okay. You said something about 1K users in the next 1 year. That means there's no user yet.
No, currently there's no user.
You're still building.
No, we've built actually. We just finished about 2 weeks ago.
So is it an app or web based?
Oh, it's web based, and
Okay.
we've currently done about 6 interviews with mothers. We've sent them the link. They've given us in fact, the feedback from them also informed some of the things that we had to revise on the platform, and that's what we have right here.
Okay, so if I visit your web, I'll see everything.
Yes, you will, 100%.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, a round of applause for them one more time. That was match reverse. All right, very quickly we would be moving to the next startup, Ocean Elm. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ugochi Bai. I'm the co-founder of Ocean Helm. We provide maritime intelligence for Africa. Africa depends on the sea for its international trade. In Nigeria, about 90% of our international trade, bulk international trade, move through the sea. They move through port corridors, they use ships in international maritime corridors. The problem with the maritime industry is that it still has a visibility problem. A lot of us in this room do not understand how the maritime industry affects our day-to-day activity. Imagine for a second that the food we eat, which moves through waters, they don't get to us at the time that we anticipate them. What will happen to food inflation? Nigeria has real problems, and one of that problem is food inflation. Some of the materials or some of the goods that move through the sea are the food we eat, our raw materials, the fuel that powers our economy, as well as the products that we import and export. If I were to ask a question now, I'm sure a lot of people here know about importing from China. But what happens where you try to import your goods and you just get a notification that the product has left China? Then you have to wait for the 30 days or 35 days before it arrives Nigeria. And then somehow your container disappears because even though we would not like to admit it, containers going overboard is widely represented. And sometimes we don't know what happened to the goods. We don't know if it ended up at the ports, if customs seized it, and that's just it. Then we start looking for collateral damage and all of that. Ocean Helm gives you trade flow information. Just yesterday, a minister stood up on the stage and spoke about how Nigeria was able to beat the war going on in the Middle East and quickly got raw materials for fertilizer imported into the country. With this, we now have fertilizers in our country, and then our agricultural space can continue to flourish. Just think for a second, if this did not happen, would we continue to run helter-skelter looking for the easiest place to get these fertilizers? Again, what about illegal fishing? If we can detect where a vessel is or dark vessels, does it mean that we can be able to solve most of our illegal fishing in Nigeria? Illegal bunkering, also a problem for us in Nigeria. These are all the problems that we may not tend to understand about the maritime industry and how it affects our lives. Next slide, please. Our solution is Ocean Helm. We give vessel intelligence. We don't just tell you where a vessel is, we tell you what the movement about the vessel is all about and how it affects our life. So, if you know right now that bulk carriers carrying flour or wheat is about to get into the country, how do you better prepare for it? What about maize and wheat? Just last year, we had a reduction in tax for these goods, and we found that in Nigeria, the food inflation dropped from about 40% to 16% where it is right now. This is what Ocean Helm does for you. It gives vessel intelligence. It tells you what is happening in the maritime space. It allows you to perform geofencing. As you can see from the slide, that is our product. Geofencing, mapping out a section of the sea and telling you where vessels are concentrated. Next slide, please. Next slide. Our market size. It will be a myth if we just say this is how many billions we expect as our total addressable market. But we will tell you that there are about 38 coastal nations in Africa. This is one of the largest when compared to other continents. These 38 coastal nations, from the port authorities to just regular people who need intelligence, as well as policymakers, they need maritime intelligence. This is our total addressable market. For our sizable addressable market, we have 7 countries that we currently cover, as well as the Gulf of Guinea, which we plan to expand into. Currently, we are building our own device that will be able to track vessels and launch them into the Gulf of Guinea. And for our share of the market, we are targeting about 5 million recurring revenue in dollars. This is because we plan to charge about $800 every month for our enterprise plan. And the first 500 customers will be able to give us this. Next slide. Our business model. Just like I said, we have intelligence subscription, which is Pro Plan, the Pro Plan and the Enterprise Plan. We also have maritime data APIs for people who would need raw data, developers who'd like to plug this into their system, and the rest of that. We also look at targeting government and maritime authority, contracts and infrastructure, as well as brokerage, intelligence, and lead generations. Next slide, please. I'm here to tell you that we are the best people for this job. If you don't already know, I'm a marine engineer. I have about 3 years of experience as a marine engineer. In our team, we also have a business developer who is also a marine engineer. Just as I am a marine engineer, I'm also a software developer. And a member of my team here, Anita, is a software developer. She's a petroleum engineer and has vast years of experience. We also have Amarachi Edward, who is a back-end developer and a geospatial analyst. You wouldn't be able to span or give new sea routes without geospatial engineering. This is why we are the best team for this job. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for listening. If there's anything you take home from today, it should be the fact that the maritime industry affects all of us, our day-to-day activity. When we receive this $500,000, 500,000 naira, we plan, we plan to use this money to continue building our AIS receiver. This is the tool that would help us pinpoint exactly where a vessel is and the movement that it has made. We currently have 5 already that we plan to launch to the Gulf of Guinea. With this money, we plan to expand our reach. Thank you very much.
Ugochi, is that your name?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think you need this 500k.
Might need it.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to run it. Give me a rundown of your pricing structure and how you plan to. You've given us your business revenue
Yes.
model.
Yes.
Give us your pricing structure and how you would do your customer acquisition.
Okay, so this is going to come out as a bit unconventional, but in the maritime industry, you have to do unconventional things. A lot of people don't know how the maritime industry affect their day-to-day lives. So for people who just want to track containers, where is my container at this particular moment, not just alert and all of that, you can use Ocean Hemp for free. Depending on how many queries you use, because we track guests and other login details. Now, aside from that, if you use more than what is accepted for you, you can just use a basic plan for that, which costs is just 5,000 naira, ma'am. Now, apart from that, we also have our pro plan, which is for marine, not just hobbyists, people like brokers who would want to know where a vessel is right now. Is the vessel free? Can I hire this vessel and all of that? We charge about $100 every month for that. And then we have an enterprise plan, which is $800. This is for government officials and others who would want to get intelligence, not just the data concerning one vessel. They can geofence ports and all of that. Now, apart from this, we also have a pay-as-you-go plan for developers who would want to plug in this data into their system.
Okay, so far, how many customers do you have?
So far, we've only covered about 7 African countries. In context, there are 38 coastal nations in Africa. So the data we have, the data set we have is not enough to charge anyone for anything. We have all our data outside in public and people can use it. Google said there were about 130 something unique visitors yesterday and last month, and their average was about 8 minutes. For context, there's about 2 second average for people who use websites. So I think 8 minutes is a lot for us just putting information outside.
So far, no customer
Oh,
yet.
no customer for intelligence. However, we
Cool.
have an ERP that we charge 1.5 million. We have a recurring customer currently. Yeah, one. Yes, he has paid for 2 years. Yeah, just that.
Lastly,
Yeah.
lastly,
Okay.
with the surge of AI,
Yes, ma'am.
anybody now, I'm not saying, okay, maybe someone a little bit intelligent as you can wake up and build something like this.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
what is Ocean Helm long-term sustainability plan?
Okay. So our sustainability plan is the how do they put it now? The intelligence behind what we build. So before Ocean Hemp, I have a product that's already patented in the market. It's a locally made fabricated. What's the name now? It was during the COVID-19. Yeah. So what we have at Ocean Hemp, if someone were to wake up and trying to do the same thing, you'd need to have the funding for that. Aside the funding, you need to have the intelligence for that, which is something we are building in-house. I don't think anybody's going to wake up and say that they want to be the next Google if they don't have
Just give
intelligence for
me
that.
one. You may have multiple. One long-term sustainability plan for Ocean Helm. Just one.
Is our intelligence which we plan to patent.
That's your sustainability
Yeah,
plan.
that's just it. We are different. The way we handle the data is
Okay.
totally
Thank
different
you.
from what anybody can.
Right, a round of applause for them. Okay, very quickly, we'll be moving to the next startup. She drives. All right, welcome. A round of applause for them.
Hello, everyone. Um, my name is Olawi Ayomide Lovett, and I'm the founder of She Drives NG, a ride-hailing platform for female drivers and for women too. How would you feel if anytime you book a ride as a woman, your gender comes to pick you up? And I think that's something anybody, any woman will find comfort in because you can do a lot of things while you're in the car of your fellow woman. So, a year ago, I lost everything. Everything I had built for years. I had lost it, and I wanted to build again. The only asset I had was my car. And I wanted to work. I love working. I love making money. I love building. And I was thinking of how can I make money? I'm someone that don't like working. I can't do the 9 to 5. So I was like, how can I work? How can I build? What can I do? I had one day I was traveling to the airport and I met someone that took me there and I asked him, I want to start working. What can I do? And they introduced me to a ride hailing app. And I said, okay, I have a car. Let me jump on this. And I started driving. And while I started driving, people found comfort driving with me. Whenever I'm driving, women love to be with me. I would play music, we would gist. In fact, I turned to people's therapist while in the car. Some people would tell me things about them, and I was like, whoa, so this is actually fun. I was going through a lot, but I wasn't letting the energy. In fact, people were like, can you even pull me through into this thing? Because I want to do it. So I found comfort in driving, and a lot of people wanted to do what I was doing too. And people would call me to come and pick them up. I had airport pickups. They'll call me to come pick them up, and will even ask me to refer them to fellow women to come and pick them up. And I saw that, okay, this is a problem. There are not a lot of women, and most women that are there too are shy to come out and drive because they had the stereotypes that, oh, this is a man's thing, a woman cannot drive because people will not find, they'll not be comfortable while driving with a woman. So I was like, nah, I'm going to pull people through, and that's how we found She Drives. So She Drive was bettered, and that's how we started building She Drive. So the problem we're solving for She Drive, for millions of Nigeria, transportation is a daily necessity. It's a daily necessity. It's something you need to go from one end to another. Yet many riders, women especially, still experience concerns. Risks of harassment. We hear some news on the news, some negative news about women being harassed, anxiety during rides. You can't take a selfie because, okay, maybe a man is watching me and all of that. So, but when it's a woman driving, you're comfortable. You can change anything you want to do. You can ask. I've had people ask me, please, you have a pad? And it's something that I find comfort in doing. The solution we offer, female drivers only. It's just for female drivers. So female drivers, we offer employment to people that want to work. So um, it's not just offering the service to the women. We're also employing people. Women can also find employment while driving, yeah. Real-time ride tracking, verified trained drivers. We have our safety equipment too for our female drivers. We do the airport pickups. People from when people from outside would call and want someone to pick them up, they want a woman to pick them up. To the salon, to the makeup stores, to different places, they just want a woman to take them to that place. And that's why She Drive is here. We have night bookings. There are women that want to do night bookings. They want a girl to like come pick me from this club or a crusade or maybe a night cruise or maybe a birthday party. I'm going to this place and I just need a woman to drive me there. She Drive. The solution, okay, thank you. Our target audience are age 18 and above. So yeah, and our core audience are the women. We just want women to be comfortable. We want women to see a reason to walk. Yes, you can drive. If I can drive, you can drive. Okay, yes. And our tertiary audience, the male riders. That's why we have safety equipment for our female drivers too. Next slide, please. Okay, our business model, yes. We have, okay, all the ride hailing business have been doing the thing of commission, yes. We don't want that for our drivers. We just want you to subscribe like a data. The way you subscribe your data, we allow our female drivers to subscribe on She Drive. So you can subscribe on weekly basis. You can also subscribe on monthly basis, which is something you will jump on. And we have drivers training academy. You can come as a novice and we'll teach you how to drive. And we are also open to people giving us cars because people have thought of, okay, let's give this people car. If you can drive, then we can give you cars so that our women, for people that can't get a car for themselves, we have opportunities for you to get a car from She Drives and drive and earn. Okay, these are our team members. My name is Olawi Ayomide. I am the founder. Helen Mary, the co-founder. And Gregory Azubike, the tech lead. Sonari Are, the marketing lead. Sophia Chukwemeka, the human resource. Owolabi Adizaz, operation manager. Omobolaji Deborah, customer support. Edith Ejiba, our creative director and manager. So I think that if you're a woman and you're looking for an opportunity to drive, a place to find comfort in, She Drive is here for you. If you're looking for where to earn, She Drive is here for you. And if you're looking for a woman to take you wherever you want without being scared, without thinking of, oh, this person is going to judge me, or I'm going to be scared, or I need to track my ride. And She Drive, we don't have that in She Drive. You're comfortable driving with your gender. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay. My own. I like it too. But at the same time, we have to be realistic.
Yeah.
You know, we women are our problems.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The way you came in to say people like it when I'm driving them. Um, to be very honest, I've never been on She Drive. Do I know you? I don't know you too. You don't know me. But of all the rides I've had and all the female drivers I've had, they were like, if I can't top them worst, they were. Woman to woman. So I want to know how you, if you did any sort of survey and you have something to back it up with. Yes.
So when I started, I met some female drivers and I spoke to them about what I do. I also taught them how I do my things. There are ways that customers will talk to you. It's how you relate to them. You can't bring your house problem into your car. You're working. And if you want to offer a service to the community, you have to give them what they want. That's why we train our drivers. The way I've been acting is how I'll train you to also treat the passengers. So if you have a problem at home, if the passenger is giving you any issue, you drop that. You don't give the same energy. I'm a licensed cabin crew. So when flying on air, you drop whatever you're going through at home and bring a positive energy on the flight. So it's the same thing I want in the car. You bring in good energy to the car. And so far, so good. All our drivers, we've never had complaints.
Okay, so how many drivers do you have?
Okay, the old drivers from December, we've been working from December. We have 20 drivers, active drivers.
So you've piloted?
Yes, we have.
Okay, great.
We've been working from
Do you have an
December.
app?
No, our app is launching. That's why we need the money. Our app is launching this month, and we need the money for the safety equipment. We also need the money for marketing.
Last question. It's all about long-term sustainability. What happens if I wake up now and go and do hard drive?
What do you mean by hard drive?
Like your own now. Abi, is it not a name? It's a name. What happens if I wake up and do high drive or girls drive?
I just feel that we are offering a service that I don't think other ride-hailing company are doing. Which is the subscription base. We are doing our own like a data subscription.
Hard drive or girls drive, we do it.
What will happen then?
What we are offering, we're offering experience and not just a ride. If you go through our page, you'll see all the vibes we've been given. And it's not, I don't think, there is no ride hailing company that is doing what She Drive is doing.
All right, thank
Yes.
you. A round of applause for them. Great stuff. I must say that all of the startups we have here today are really amazing and brilliant minds. A round of applause for yourselves one more time. So, on to the last startup on this list, last but not the least, right? Tayora Sustain. What? I'm sorry? Oh, I am so sorry. Sorry, very quickly. Real Nosh was supposed to come before She Drives, so I made a mistake. I am sorry. So, very quickly, let's have Real Nosh. Real Nosh, my apologies.
Think about the last time you were scrolling and saw a video of a smoky jollof rice. So perfect, you could almost taste it. You paused, you hovered, then you kept scrolling. Not because you weren't hungry for it, but because there is no buy button. That gap between cravings and commerce is exactly why I built Renosh. I'm Kudirat, and we are here to turn cravings into meals. Food creators in Nigeria are building massive audiences and leaving money on the table every single day. When a follower asks how much, that moment is already dying. Because it's not a lack of demand, it is a lack of way to buy instantly. Here's why that way doesn't exist. Creators batch orders 24 to 48 hours in advance to make the maths work. This protects their margin, but it kills the moment because the highest buying moment is not 5 minutes later. It is the exact second you saw that smoky jollof rice. And now is the right time for relaunch. Trust in creators has overtaken trust in ads and reviews. Creators are already trying to sell. They are already taking orders in their DM. We are not teaching anyone a new behavior. We are building a door for one that is banging to let in. Not all food creators sells me. Some teach, some review, some entertain. Relaunch is for those that cook and sell. Our solution is a drop. When a creator cooks a limited number of meals, people nearby reserve servings. And when serving runs out, drop close, the meals are fulfilled fresh. When you are not just, it's not about mass production. When you buy a drop, you are buying trust, you are buying freshness, you are buying a more personal experience. The question I'm often asked is, how is Renosh different from other delivery platforms? Or why can't Chowdeck and Glovo just add this? The reason is because they were built for logistics and volume. And we are not competing with that. Renosh is building a category they were never designed for. A creator-led food participation commerce. Let's talk about the numbers, but let's stay grounded. We are starting in Lagos. 100 creators per drop, 1,000 creators, 2 drops per week, 15 servings per drop, 5,000 average order value at a 10% take rate. That is 780 million naira in estimated annual revenue platform in one city alone. We are not talking about the ceiling yet. Beyond Lagos, sit a whole ecosystem of campus creators, meal prep businesses, home chefs, waiting for this infrastructure. We are building for the floor because even the floor is a venture scale opportunity. Our model is total alignment. We only win when our creators win. 10% of every meal sold, zero listing fee, zero subscription. Let's do a quick math. 15 servings at 5,000 naira. She earns 67,500 a drop. We earn 7,500. And she can run this multiple times a week. We are not rushing to stay. We are starting with Concierge MVP. Sitting in the kitchen with our creators, proving the loop works. We don't just want the first diners to eat, we want them to come back for the next drop. We are proving the rhythm before turning up the volume. We are building an engine, not a growth chart. Right now, Renosh is me. I did not come into food because I'm a chef. I came because I'm a builder obsessed with friction. I have experience designing products, solving customers' problems, and understanding behavior that drives how people engage and make decisions. This raise funds people that share that obsession with me, a creator success lead, an operation coordinator, a content producer. Because at Renosh, creator success is our only metric of health, and drops is how we deliver it. We are beginning with drops. We start with meal drops and evolve into an invisible infrastructure layer that enables how people discover, trust, and buy food through content creators. We're asking for 10 million naira to prove to answer one question and validate this loop. 25% is operation testing. 25% is product development. 20% creator onboarding. 20% drop infrastructure, and 10% is legal and compliance. Success means active creators, repeat diner behavior, weekly drop activities, and validated economics. Beyond funding, we are specifically seeking strategic partners with logistic expertise, mentors who have scaled marketplace or creator economy, and ecosystem relationships that help us accelerate learning and execution. We are not just building an app. We are building the future of how people discover and buy food. Let's build it together. Thank you.
A round of applause for her again. So very quickly, over to the judges. Do you have questions for her?
I'm a bit heartbroken because I thought it was we're eating here. So I need a bit of clarity on what the problem really is. Yes.
Okay, the problem is that creators batch orders. When you go to a creators platform now, what you see on their bio is 24 to 48 hours pre-order. And that, the problem is because they cannot predict demand. From our insight, sorry, can I go back? Creators care about predictive demand. And they cannot just, because there's, that demand is not there. This is a question from. Okay, this is a question from my conversation with a creator. The creator asks, will Renosh help bring buyers or only rely on my audiences? So creators have realized that their audience is not converting to business. So they want predictable demand so that they could plan and scale their businesses.
How do you intend to get your customers? And what would be your customer acquisition cost?
Okay, so because we are in concierge MVP now, so everything we do is learn. Our first product is creators sources. We are going to try and see how we can prove this drop through creators. So what we are focused right now is how would work with the creators, how the drop would work, and how this turns to repeat diner behavior.
Well done. My
Thank you.
question is, so if I'm not a creator, I can't sell on your platform.
No, you can scale on our platform. The problem
Sell
you
my
can
food.
you can sell your food on our platforms.
Okay.
What we discovered during our interviews with this creator is that some of them are skeptic about it. So for our MVP, we are targeting people that already going into the business. So they understand that they are here to do business. Some are worried that are they going to leave their normal work to come and be doing food business? So they are trying to see what is
You
going
said
to
you're a
happen.
chef, right?
I say I'm not a chef.
Okay, you're not a chef.
Yes.
But we all cook here, right?
Yes.
Do you know there's a difference between cooking one spaghetti and cooking 10? You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll leave you with that. You stated here about 1,000. How long did you start this?
Okay. The whole thing started from idea, and since June of last year, Renosh has been evolving. The initial idea was to bring everybody together on the platform.
Okay, so it's been a year.
Yes.
Now, how many users do you have so far?
Currently, I don't have users.
Okay, and then you said something about 1,000 creators in 2 weeks drop or something like that.
No, 1,000 creators. The 1,000 creators is our 1 year. In a year, we intend to have 1,000 creators on our platform.
So for the past 1 year, what have you been doing?
As I've mentioned, Renosh started with idea, and over time, we've reshaped what Renosh is. The initial idea was to bring people, creators, people selling ingredients, and then farmers together in one ecosystem. So we had to pivot and focus on creators alone. By the time we are able to prove that, okay, creators can sell these meals successfully, they begin to understand the demand and the ingredients that they will be needing. Then we can then introduce the people selling foodstuff into the system.
Okay. Moving forward.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
How do you intend to onboard your first 1,000 creators? Just a short, you know.
Okay, the focus is Lagos, and they will be targeting creators that are in Lagos only, and not just creators that are in Lagos, creators that are currently running businesses. From my conversations with them, they want the demand to be there before they would be onboarded. So my focus right now is to make the demand available, and I'll do this by targeting people that are already asking, how do I get this? How much did you sell your meal? So I'll be engaging those set of people and letting them know about Reader. So once
The people asking, they're on your app or the
no, no,
web?
no, it's not an app yet. So people that are engaging with food content online. So those are the people. It's just like doing social listening
On social media, but not on Real Nosh.
on Instagram precisely.
Okay, that's
Yes, thank you.
A round of applause for her. So, very quickly, we would be moving on to Tayura Sustain. All right, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwaburio Tatemitayo Foga, and I am the founder of Tyra Sustain. How, how I was a former fashion student who, and one thing I learned as a fashion student is that every fabric or every outfit has a story to tell, and every of the outfits we're wearing right now has a story to tell, from getting the fabrics to cutting and sewing them, and it moves ahead to being worn, and along the line later it gets old. And this is something that happens all around in the fashion space because we care more about outcome of each of the fabric rather than the process it has undergone. Because after each outfit is made, it generates fabric scraps, and later on becomes old garments and also or worn out garments. And these garments are left to be burnt, piled up, and thrown away because people believe it has reached the end of its usefulness. And the sorry. The Nigerian fashion industry generates about 22,000 tons of textile waste every single month. And as these textile waste are being generated, they are left to be burnt and piled up, and it ends up in the landfill. And this constitutes to environmental pollution, and resources are being lost. And one thing I also noticed is that as these textile waste are being generated, some fashion students who are in need of textile materials for practice and upcycling business who also want to use textile waste to actually create something out of them lack access to the affordable they lack access to affordable textile materials. And this is something I saw all around in the fashion space. And I realized that the problem is not the lack of the resources. The problem is the lack of a system that connects those who have the textile waste to those who create value out of them. And our solution, Terra Sustain is a platform, is building a circular ecosystem that converts textile waste into functional products and also connects textile waste generators to value creators. And um, through the platform, individuals and fashion businesses can actually donate and schedule, and also they can schedule donation, they can storage donation and pickups. And at the same time, some of these fabric materials are being redistributed to upcycling businesses. Some of these textile waste are being redistributed to upcycling businesses, fashion students who are in need of textile waste for creation, and also NGOs or eco-focused organizations who are in need of them. And some of these materials are being converted into products for functional products such as tote bags, school bags, and other fashion accessories. And one unique advantage about this system is that we collect, we redistribute, and we also upcycle. The Nigerian fashion industry is one of the largest in Africa, and yet the circular textile infrastructure remains largely untapped. And our target customers are eco-focused enterprises, fashion students, upcycling businesses, artisans, school who are in need of sustainable products, and also sustainability conscious customers. The opportunity exists, the waste exists, and the demand exists, but who is going to connect them? Terra Sustain intends to be that bridge. And Terra Sustain generates income. We generate revenue through three major s- three major streams. First, through the sales of upcycled products such as school bags, tote bags, and accessories from the rescued textile waste. And secondly, the business to business partnership through textile collection and sustainability initiative. And as our business scale, we intend to implement commission from fabrics that has been through transactions from the donors of the textile waste to the receivers of the textile waste, and also um, corporate for corporate sustainability partners that are in need of their social impact, or impacts that they impact reports that they've of how the textile waste they have been generated are. And our early validation, since we started Era Sustain, we've been able to partner with two organizations such as Sustain It Lagos and Ecosystem Vision. And Sustain It Lagos, when we partnered with Sustain It Lagos, we were able to educate students on how to, or to students and and artisans on how to convert this textile waste into useful products. And also, we are currently collaborating with Ecosystem Vision, where we intend to turn old jeans into school bags for underserved community, and we tend to reach about 100 students. And so far, we've been able to collect about two sacks of textile waste, two full sacks of textile waste, and about 50% of this textile waste has been converted into functional products. And the prototype, the prototype has been developed and tested, and it has been tested by users, so that the fashion designers who we've collected the textile waste from, and the team behind Tara Sustain includes the technology, expertise in technology, business development, and operation research. And why is Tara Sustain? Tara Sustain intends to bridge the gap between textile waste collector, and we want a future where textile waste is no longer seen as textile waste is no longer seen um, as an environmental problem, but as a resource, economical resources. Thank you. And we okay. Thank you very much. Same. Okay. Yeah.
Your slide is it's really tiny. We can't see it.
Okay, so we
Yes, just
have
list.
the operation lead, the technology lead, the creative director, and also the marketing. That's the people who are in charge of the business development.
All right. Thank you. Well done to you. When you're talking about the problem, I saw 92 million tons
No, that's for every year. From
tons of
okay.
textile, wasted
Yes.
textiles,
Yes.
and so far you've only been able to gather how many sack?
About two sacks. For
Okay. How long? How long has this been? How long? When did
okay,
you start?
we started in the collection on everything started in April.
This April.
Yes.
Okay. Um, Beyond building things from wasted textiles, we all know that textiles have grades. So, is there a way you segment them, or you just take them and just use? Because for Ankara now, there are some kind of Ankaras that if somebody sells for Ashebe, I won't buy it because I know the difference. Not everyone knows different, but if you are going to use it for business or you are reselling, if you merge a very low quality of Ankara with a high one, and then you use and then you wash, it washes off. What's going to happen then? So I want to know if there is a way Tyra is sustainability, right? So how do you differentiate these
Okay.
fabrics? Is there
So
a way you do it, or there is no,
yeah.
or is it in the future or
Okay.
something? I don't know.
So first thing, after collecting this fabric, we actually separate them and we do the sorting first. We because most of these fabrics can actually the quality of this fabric can actually be felt through how it feels, and since I've actually been in the fashion space for a very long time, I'm able to recognize it, and it's something we can actually teach people who are even coming into the space. And as this sorting is going, we separate the quality materials from the ones that are not quality. And these ones that are not actually quality are being taken to. That's why we actually have we intend to actually partner with people where we can actually be this the ones that are not quality can be recycled. In what sense? Like when they convert the um, textiles in such a way that it becomes a new material. So they are actually um, organization who actually do that
Understand.
right now.
Relax, relax.
Sorry.
Okay. So far, how many end products have you gotten from the two sacks you got? And have you sold any? How much did you make so far?
Okay. So for the for a first thing, we actually used about 20% of this to create a testing prototype, a prototype which is let us see how these textiles will actually look like after being produced. So those ones we actually used for testing, and we actually like gave it to people who can actually use it, so give us feedback on how these things will actually work.
And there were feedbacks.
Yes, there were feedbacks.
Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for ourselves. We've all been amazing. Okay, you have questions. Oh, I am so sorry. I'm sorry. Just quiet.
Okay, well done. I think this particular one, I was a bit fascinated. But also, this is not a solution that has not existed. Like we have quite a number of initiatives like this. So I just want you to quickly tell me what stands you out. I know you've mentioned quite a number of things, your business model and all that, but just tell me what really stands you out from the number of upcycling businesses that we have. Yeah.
Okay, so first thing, um, there is one thing I actually noticed in many of our competitors is that many of them focus on one aspect of this, and looking at it, we are focusing on we are focusing on two aspects of it, which is collecting and also upcycling. And this most of the upcycling businesses just focus on using them to make products, which is the which is I'm sorry, which is just upcycling the product. And also, we intend to actually connect those people who are in need, who produce the textile waste, to those who are in need of them. So many competitors focus on one aspect of this.
So I'm going to ask you, at the end of upcycling, there's still a waste. What do you intend to do with that?
So many of the waste are going to be recycled, which is which is being converted to new products and new textiles itself. Yes.
My last question.
Yes, ma'am.
What happens? Think long and hard before you answer. What happens if those who have been donating just remaining fabrics, right? What happens if when they begin to say no and they also want to do the same thing that Tayora is doing? How do you then get those fabrics?
Okay. Sorry, can I get the question again? I'm sorry.
What happens when you are not able to get this? They call it, there's a name tailors call it. Is it Roman? No, no, no. Just remaining fabrics now from clothes, Abby. There's a name they call it. I can't remember. Pieces. Thank you. What happens when there are no more pieces?
Okay, so many people don't actually, many fashion, many fashion shops don't actually use their pieces. But even if they find out, because the future way we want to actually scale is that when we get these textiles, we'll be able to give them percentage of the profit that is being made from the.
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right. A round of applause. So one more time, can we give a round of applause to ourselves? So very quickly, while the judges are collating the results, we would have a very quick product showcase. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 So very quickly, the results will be announced on the stage, on the main stage. So I'd like us to move over there. All right. Thank you very much.